Hello and welcome to the annual Big Brew Day 2022. We will be your hosts for the rest of today, / this evening, / this morning, / this afternoon, depending on, well, where the hell you are in the world, I guess.
Yeah, I've got no idea what time it is in New Zealand, Johnny. I'm guessing it's tomorrow already.
I think it's 4 a.m. over there.
Wow. Well, if you're up watching us in New Zealand, well bloody done.
Bless you
Cheers.
all. Yeah, let's find out where you're all from. We've already got people from Hamburg. Hi from Hamburg in a supermarket. Okay.
Wow.
Okay, sure. Just listening, watching on the view. Portugal, Munster in Germany, or Germany, as you've put.
Shout out to the German crew. I've got some of my favourite summer tipple from Augustina here.
Brad's on the German, and I'm on a British beer, British Pilsner, but it's hopped with New Zealand Pacific Jade. So we're pretty Cosmo in the beers that we're drinking.
Someone from exotic Birmingham as well.
Hershey, PA. We've been there.
Oh, I love Hershey, PA.
We've been there. We went to visit a couple of breweries on there. Gearworks.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Pizza Boy.
Pizza Boy. I love Pizza Boy.
Not technically Hershey. That was right in Harrisburg, I think.
Yes.
Anyway, if you haven't watched the craft beer channel before, my name is Johnny. This is Brad.
Hi.
We are the founders, the runners, the chaos behind the craft beer channel. YouTube's, I'm going to say it, best beer channel.
Best beer. Oh wow, we're definitely the best craft beer channel because we got the name first.
Because we got the name first. Yeah, there we go. So today is super exciting. We've got a lot to get through, including a 3-hour boil. We'll just go until you get bored or we get bored with that particular thing. But yeah, we are going to be brewing a delicious beer designed by Marcus J. Baskerville of Weathered Souls Brewing in Texas. It's an imperial porter with raspberries, cacao nibs, vanilla, maltodextrin, other things.
Why do these people in all these hot places always want
drink dark beer?
Really dark beers?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. We'll ask Marcus that when he's on at about 7 p.m. today. Let me put somebody's given us a super chat. We haven't even mentioned super chat yet.
Oh, wow.
Huge appreciation. Thank you so much.
Oh, man. From Korea.
Oh, yeah, actually, yeah, it's one of our Patreons, Bradley.
Oh,
there we go. Thank you very much. So, yes, this is the order of play for today, 4 p.m. Well, welcome. We've done that. We're going to be mashing in about 20 minutes. Then we've got a Q&A with Rob, founder of Malt Miller, the best homebrew shop in the world. I'm going with all superlatives today.
In the world.
Then we're going to do the best ever sparge, followed by the most amazing Grainfather Q&A. Then we're going to add some hop additions, maybe have a loo break. And then at 7 p.m. we'll be chatting to Marcus about the recipe, about Black is Beautiful, which is a campaign that he started, about Weathered Souls, the brewery, and getting some homebrew tips as well, or professional brew tips from him, depending on what kind of brewer you are. And then between 8 and 9 p.m. we'll be closing. We'll be drinking some beers. We've got basically a whole fridge over here with about 100 beers in. So we'll probably make a little dent into that, and we'll be answering any questions you might have about homebrewing, life, where it's all headed.
Bedtime.
You got questions about bedtime? Oh, no,
I want to have bed by then. Yeah, someone said that they like my shorts, so thank you.
Well, I mean, those shorts are pretty banging. Just before we dive into the comments, I will say that you can support the channel throughout all of this. So the comment section might get quite hectic. There might be a lot going on. We'll desperately try to keep up. If you have an important question and we don't get to it in like 15, 20 minutes, feel free to post it again, but don't spam. If you really want to get your question answered, you can do what's already been done, which is a super chat. So you give us a little tip, a little bit of money, that supports the channel, and we will answer your question at the absolute next available moment. It might not be straight away because I might be adding hops. Brad might be on one of his famous rants.
And I'm just really dyslexic, so like reading all the comments and stuff as well is going to be fun.
Yeah. So yeah, you can use Super Chat to make sure that you get what you're after. You can also join our Patreon, should you wish to. There'll be lots of Discorders, Patreons. We have a Discord forum where everyone chats a lot about homebrewing, and you can join that from $2 a month and get access to that. We'll be plugging that later. Again, at some point. Cool. Should we have a look at the comments, see what everybody's saying before we get stuck into the brew?
Let's do it.
We've got Brunmen, Netherlands. Awesome. Wow. What are you drinking? Mangalorian. I'm guessing that's a Mandalorian twist.
I saw that last night at Brew London. Someone had a bag with
Mandalorian on.
I can't remember who had made it. Who made Mandalorian?
It was Brew York.
Oh, it was Brew York. Yeah. So it was Brew York guys.
Sorry. Yeah. How's about 40,000 foot over Canton? Oh my God, you're on a plane.
Oof.
And you're watching this. What a world.
What airline? What airline are you on? Because I always find those things.
We could Google that. He's given us the flight number and everything.
Okay.
We could track that, check when he lands or she lands.
Interesting. Wow. So high tech, Johnny.
So high tech.
People watching on aeroplanes in the sky, mate.
Trogs, yes, Trogs. We also went to Trogs. We did a video at Trogs, hop sniffing some Cascade, which is going into the brew today.
Beautiful.
Norfolk, not far from us. We're in Hertfordshire right now.
Yeah.
Oh, Cambridge, even closer.
Yeah, just down the road.
So keeping it home counties up in here. Right, well, Brad, you're looking very exotic.
Oh, thank you.
It's the tie-dye, home tie-dye.
I've got my very pasty white legs out today, so it's
there goes
not really
Zambia.
Yet. Zambia, wow.
Norway, Sweden.
Wow,
this is amazing. Croatia. Wow, this is properly international. Thanks so much. International, I tell you, Nottingham. Right, I mean, we probably could mash in. I'm wary of mashing in too early because I said 4:30.
Yeah.
But this has gone smoother, even though we were 5 minutes late going live. The technical hiccup was that I forgot to go live on Facebook. So just in case there was something, I was quickly like, so we sorted that out pretty quick, and now we're ahead of schedule.
I don't think it's a massive problem to be ahead of schedule.
Yeah.
We can catch up or slow down at points.
We probably will. And let's be honest, so today's technical, well, if you've been watching the channel recently, we've been brewing a pastry stout, which is actually carbonating just over there. And that has been the biggest technical challenge we've ever had. So when Grainfather, the wonderful Grainfather who hosts this and organised this, along with Lallement, part of this, when the wonderful Grainfather said the recipe that we were going to be doing, we were like, we've just done a pastry stout where we got to, what was it, 1106.
Oh.
And now we're going to have to try and get to 1085 original gravity.
Oh my God.
So those who aren't homebrewers, who might just be craft beer channel fans, that's pretty high still. That's still the second highest beer I've ever done.
Can everybody hear us all right? We are in a brewery, so there will be noises from time to time.
That's the sparge just getting up to temperature. So we do have a big brew, so maybe the mash will take a little bit more than an hour to make sure that we hit our numbers. I don't know I do know where my refractometer is. This is the other thing that you should remember. So we brew and we film a lot. We've had a lot of comments going, I'm not quite sure how you manage that, and I'm not quite sure how we manage that. Doing it live, though, is going to be a whole new beast. I'm sure I've forgotten something. I think I haven't, but I may have forgotten something. So there may be a mad panic at some point where I go, oh my God, the hops, or where's the yeast, Brad? And you won't know because
I don't know. I don't live here.
Where is the yeast?
This is not my backyard.
It's not your backyard.
I'm out of my hood.
Right. I reckon we mash in. So let's show them the technical wonder that is the craft beer channel. This is where your Patreon money goes.
Are you moving forward so I don't see your bottom?
Oh, good leg shot. Yeah, look at those bad boys. Can we zoom in on that?
I haven't been on my bike, so I was trying to get the chicken fillet out. There's a bit of a chicken fillet there. There you go.
I can't leave us on that shot while Brad's modelling his legs. That's not what this show is about. Actually, we lost some views there, Bradley. Come on.
Oh dear. I'm sorry. Actually, why am I saying sorry? If you've gone, then there's no point saying sorry to you. And
you should be saying you're welcome to those
you're welcome.
Stayed.
Thank you.
Where about in Hertfordshire? We're near Hitchin. What else have we got? Have we got any other comments, or yes, Team Hot Side, which we need to turn into a t-shirt actually.
Team Hot Side.
So when we apparently we've never drunk during a homebrew on the channel before, and then we did, and it caused some consternation in the
Everyone was saying it was irresponsible to drink on the hot side.
I mean, it is quite dangerous homebrew, or it can be quite dangerous homebrew, but it's not like we were drunk.
No.
I'm already sitting, picturing somebody saying exactly that in the car to a policeman. Like, I had a couple of drinks, but I'm not drunk before falling flat on their face. So yeah, we're Team Hot Side today, and that needs to be the world's most niche t-shirt at some point.
Super niche.
So yes, let's mash in. Let's do this.
Let's get going.
So we'll have a quick chat about the malts. So
who supplied our malt, Johnny?
Who supplied our malts? Only the most amazing web shop in the world, homebrew shop in the world. Oh, that's
Malt Miller.
That's not got the logo on it.
There we go.
There we go. The wonderful Malt Miller. And I think they sold a good couple of kits as well for this.
Do they distribute throughout Europe? I heard.
Is that right? Yeah, I think they.
Right, so they're not just UK based.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
International fans.
Right, so this is the brew kit that we've got. So in here we've got some crisp Maris Otter. Shout out to Chris. We've done some content with them. And yeah, just delicious Maris Otter. Do you want to have a little taste of it?
Oh, of course I do. Of course I do.
Digested biscuit, really, isn't it?
Mmm.
Malty. What moo cow biscuits I called them? Malted milk biscuits.
Yeah, it's got that sort of milky quality, hasn't it?
And then in here we've got our mixed specialty grains. So we've got chocolate malt. Oh, it's on the side. Chocolate malt, black malt, a bit more Maris Otter. Chocolate wheat malt, DRC, which is my favourite malt to eat.
Right.
It's the most delicious malt. It tastes like chocolate.
Can you pick it out visibly? It's a dark,
I don't
dark
think
one,
I could pick it out from there. No.
This is more of a sort of pick and mix
very much
of a bag.
And then Munich malt finishes it off from Vitamin. So we've got Simpsons, Crisp, and Vitamin. So
Wow.
we're cross borders, we're cross counties,
International.
So yeah, this is specialty grain. This is the base grain. So we're going to mix up the mash regime, the mashing in regime, to get as good a mix as we can. Malt Miller is just the straight best homebrew supplier ever. Amen, Jonas. They are absolutely amazing. I should say they give us all the ingredients and stuff for free. They're incredibly supportive, but we work with them because they're absolutely incredible. Right, should we switch over to the other camera and get this done?
Let's do it.
Right. Do you want to stir or do you want to add?
I can. What would you prefer to see, Johnny?
Oh gosh, gosh, you're being coy.
Shouldn't be such a big deal.
Tell you what, I'll add it. You stir it.
Sure.
Okay. So you come around this side. Bring the mash paddle.
Sure will, buddy.
And we'll start with the base malt. So we're going to hit set to continue, and we're going to add the grains.
Oh, look at those lovely grains.
Whew, cloudy. I love it when you mash in and just the air tastes good.
Ooh.
It's probably not good for your health to be eating the grains out of the air or breathing it in.
It's not as bad as brick dust, I'm guessing, but it's probably not brilliant. I do suffer with hay fever, but I don't feel like this affects me at all. I know a lot of...
Isn't it just pollen?
Yeah, I guess so. I know a lot of bread makers become allergic to flour.
Yeah. And a lot of brewers are allergic to gluten as well. In fact, Burnt Mill will probably have some of their beers later because they're amazing. The head brewer there, Sophie, is gluten-free,
Right.
which is why a lot of their West Coast beers are gluten-free, because then she can drink them.
Well, fair enough, I say.
And she was a maltster before she was a head brewer as well. So there you go. And they make the best West Coast IPAs in the country right now, just in case you weren't aware. Oh, Bradley, I made all these special little banners and I'm not using it. One sec.
Okay.
There we go. I'll turn
Mashing
that on.
Mashing in.
So that's apparently some grain and some water. Oh, but it blocks the mash tun, mate. I'm going to turn it off. Oh, the best laid plans. Bit more base malt going in. Come on, you need to work up a sweat here.
I need to step up. I don't want to block the view of our watchers here, but yeah, it's getting quite dense.
Let's bring up some water from below. That's it. There you go. Now we're talking.
Agitating.
Now we're talking.
It's taking me back on my boat, Johnny, my little tiny boat.
Probably turn on the pump to help you. Well, I need to plug in the thing first.
Oh, yeah.
Tell you what, I'll give you a bit more to work with, and then I'll get that pump going for you.
Nice.
Woo!
We're getting there.
That's all the base grain.
So for anyone sort of starting out, the Grainfather was obviously brilliant because this version of it has got the app.
Yeah.
Right. So it just tells you what to do.
We're going to be told what to do throughout all of this.
Kind of amazing.
And this is, I just think it's an absolutely incredible little bit of kit.
So you still get to get hands on, which is what we're doing right now, which is great. So you feel like you're kind of at one with what you're doing, but you get all of the kind of tips along the way, and obviously there's a whole kind of list of recipes to sort of follow as well, aren't there?
Yeah, and we produce recipes on the Craft Beer channel, so all the recipes that we brew up as part of the channel also go on sale at Malt Miller and go up on the Grainfather app, so you can go brew the stuff that we brew, see how it comes along. So yeah, it's a great little system we've got between Malt Miller, Grainfather, and don't mash in our pump.
No.
See, that's why most people don't turn the pump on until until you're supposed to, if I'm honest. But I find it helps, particularly with really big mashes. If you turn on that pump, you can help you stirring in.
Oh, yeah,
Show off the back of our t-shirts.
Checking you weren't doing a butt shot of me there.
No. Later.
Nobody needs to see that.
Oh, it's thirsty work.
Right.
So we did a strike temperature, which is where you heat up your water a little bit warmer than you want your mash, so that when you add the grain, which is obviously at roughly room temperature, it doesn't cool down too much.
Yes.
And now we're going to start the mash rest in just a second. I reckon you're golden there, Bradley. Let's get going.
We're all good.
So I'll hit set.
Nice. And you can control that
mash it
from your phone as well, right?
You can control all of that. Yeah, I could have done that from my phone.
Let's have a look at your phone.
I kept forgetting to do it from my phone, which is probably the easiest way to do it, to be honest. So there we go. We are mashing away. We're 20 seconds into the mash.
Let's have a close up on this one.
There we go. Whoa.
Nice.
Can you see there?
Oh, it's pretty reflection-y. There you go.
Come on, get it right.
It is real.
There
It's
we go.
real.
There
It's
we
real. It's kind of amazing, right? Because we could, we said we might need a loo break or something, or we're going to eat some pizza at some point. You can walk away from it at certain stages, can't you? And you can keep an eye on the system, which is awesome.
So I'd love to hear from you guys. Most of you are going to be homebrewers. What's your mashing in techniques? Do you do anything unusual? Do you use the pump if you've got a Grainfather when you're mashing in? I want to hear all of your ideas, see if there's something we do wrong or something we could do better, or if we've given you a great idea. We always get that in the comments on all of our homebrew episodes. Like, we always get people going like, oh, I do this or I do that. And we've learned quite a lot actually from the comments of stuff we can do. Oh, good Lord, I'm drunk already. There we go. Let's have a little look in the comments. Where are we? Oh, why can't I scroll up? What's happening here? Whew. Everybody's chatting, and we've. Oh, there we go. It's loading. Somebody knows the score. Somebody knows the score. There we go. So that's where we were. We've caught up. Was thinking about brewing today, but just looks like it's drinking. I've had a couple of days like that. I mean, to be honest, if you're brewing a lot, brewing regularly or doing big mashes, it probably is better to wear a mask because you shouldn't be breathing that much in. If you're a commercial brewer, most of them will. We are in the area of Brewdio. Yeah, I mean, you can't quite see. We've got two giant windows open there and a giant door open. Good airflow. We're pretty well. Well, it will be until it turns into a sauna when we start the boil. Oh, look at it. Bit bright. Oh, we're a little bit hot there. I can fix that in a sec, don't worry. Just stir a lot to break down the dough balls, otherwise your usual process. Tried hot mashing. Never tried hot mashing. I'm not sure I've seen any studies that say that it really helps. I don't know. I'd love to hear your experience of it, Richard, if you tried it. Ben says, as someone who's not a homebrewer, just knowing the theory, watching this real time is going to be eye-opening. Is this the first brew you've witnessed, Ben? If so, I've tried to do that justice, I guess. Ooh. MSR only drinks. That's a valid way to live your life, to be honest. There's a brewery down in Chichester. How exciting. Somebody's drinking an Imperial IPA. Good nice. For you. We'll get to that. We've got some very tasty double IPAs in the fridge that might happen. Greetings from Australia. What time is it? So that's crazy early in the morning for you right now, right? Good day. I guess depends where you are in Australia. But yeah, put Brand in the brew, might add some tropical notes. Well, luckily for me, we're not really going for tropical notes today, guys. Otherwise, I might be in trouble because I am quite fruity today. Mash hopping is great for raw ales. Raw ales, eh? Raw ales. Have you ever had a raw ale? I must have done, yeah. I'm sure I have. I'm trying to think if we've ever had one on the channel. I don't think we have. So it's one where you don't reach a certain temperature because it's like raw. Right. Raw food. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. I had one in Italy, I think. And it was interesting because you really didn't get much bitterness because obviously you haven't isomerized any of the all you're going to get is beta acids. Is it still getting the sort of hygienic benefits of the hops if they're not boiled then? Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you'll still get that. Yeah, that's still in there. Everybody's saying they enjoy the channel. Thank you so much, everybody. Good thing about the Grainfather is a good 5-minute stir with a mash paddle. Exactly. That's pretty much it. Although when we were mashing in the pastry stout, it was not just that. It was.
Oh no. It was a good hour or so of trying to get it.
And we still.
Not kill it.
I can't remember whether it got. Do you want your beer, Bradley? I can see you
you,
sort of looking at it, going, "I don't want to reach
Yeah.
across him while he's talking." We still only hit the original gravity of one of the beers we tried when we were on the Apollo a couple of months ago. It's just incredible the amount of malt. I mean, already. So you'll find out the results next week. But already, if we did that again, I used 10 kilograms in each mash because that's the sweet spot for efficiency with the Grainfather. But I should have just gone to 13 and squeezed everything out. Efficiency be damned when it comes to a pastry stout. Biggest whisk you can get. Do you really use a whisk? That's either genius or absolute foolhardiness.
Would a whisk work? Maybe a whisk could work.
It's whiskey.
It is a whiskey move for sure. Maybe a sort of power drill whisk.
Here we go. We're going so deep. We're only at 4:30 and we're talking about Theols and the impact with GM yeast. Here we go. So you're not brewing the official recipe, but you're brewing a hoppy pale. Awesome. Tell us roughly the recipe. Tell us what kind of pale ale you're brewing. We'd love to hear.
Are you brewing on a Grainfather?
And what you're brewing on as well. We'd also love to hear that.
We got anyone brewing along on the Grainfather brewing this recipe?
Yeah, I'm not sure we've seen anyone in the comments brewing this recipe yet. So do let us know if you are brewing along, literally. So Magic Matt has a Hopcat knockoff Grainfather. Good phrase for it. To stop the pump blocking, I put a couple of 2-litre jugs from the tap before turning the pump on. Means the small stuff that's escaped the grain pipe goes back in. Yeah, solid. Or get a Grainfather, it won't block. Cool. Somebody in Georgia, you're very welcome. Thanks for joining us. And Malaysia. Wow, this is incredible. This is absolutely incredible. There you go. We've got another whisk fan.
Amazing.
People loving the whisk. Oh, hello. Used the G30 for the first time today. Just finished, loved it. No more boil in the back. That is awesome to hear. Congrats. What did you brew? How did you celebrate your first G30 brew? I had a G30 for 6 years. Probably not 100 brews, a bit less than that. But this has been a revelation to me. There's nothing like having a beautiful brewing system to let you focus on the recipes and all of that. So yeah, awesome to hear you've got a G30. You are going to love it more with every brew as you learn the little tips for finessing. Right. Oh, he's just waiting for the sparge heater to heat up, and he'll be brewing along with us, says Darren Allen.
Sweet.
Super.
Cheers, Darren.
Right. So, I mean, this is the thing about a live brew day.
What do we do?
What do we do when it's just mashing away?
How long does it tell us? Oh, hang on. Where's the time?
The time is on my phone, mate.
Right. Okay.
I'll tell you. But I mean, it was an hour, like 5 minutes ago, 8 minutes ago.
Oh.
So we've got 52 minutes to spend until.
Oh my god.
Oh no! I'm talking rubbish. We've got 25 minutes until we're being joined by Rob from Malt Miller.
Oh, sweet.
So yes, absolutely. In about 20 minutes, we're going to be joined by Rob, founder of Malt Miller. So if you've got any questions, burning questions about homebrewing, about Malt Miller, about brewing in general, about his homebrew, like the thing I love to do is when I chat to these people who sort of run homebrew stores, is ask what they brew. Because obviously these guys are going to be incredibly experienced. So any questions you've got for Malt Miller, you can start putting them in if you wanted, and we'll try and collate them, or wait until Rob joins us. We'll have lots of questions. If you've got any questions for us as well, whether it's homebrew or anything, just send them our way. We would love to answer them. How's the Augustina going down?
Mate, it's a lovely tipple. Even out of the bottle, I'm drinking it.
I'd say almost because it's out the bottle.
Yeah, this is like one of my sort of summer tipples of choice. I like having a little ride on my bicycle and then parking up next to the River Thames and sinking a few of these.
Where do you
park?
Much better. Where's the best place to park and have an Augustina?
Well, I've got this little spot I was telling you about the other day that's on the Thames Path, just past Greenwich, going towards Morden Wharf, which is where Brew by Numbers' new brew space is.
Yep.
About halfway between those, there's a sort of big concrete pontoon, which I've got a little fold-up chair that I take on my bicycle with me, and I sit, with my girlfriend and have a beer in the sunshine. Hopefully, usually
Sit in tandem.
It's not a tandem bike, and it's not a tandem chair either. There's
Oh,
no tandem.
so she's sat on the floor.
She's got a chair too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We've both got chairs.
Fair.
Yeah, we're pretty set. Yeah, it's. I mean, you can't get a much better view than just watching the sun go down, looking out over some beautiful water.
Yeah. Something calming about water always.
Yeah,
That's why I love a sea. I love a coastal holiday, and you can just sit there and go, okay, that's the sea.
Yeah, it resets you, doesn't
Something about it, yeah. So the reason that I had one of these in the brew fridge is because I bought 2 of them when we did the lager tasting, blind lager tasting, in which that came behind Pilsner Urquell only, I think, which is a bit tough because they're very, very different beers.
Yeah.
So basically, I think that's probably the best Hellers. Actually, maybe Stiegel came in between those two. Stiegel is a really good beer. But yeah, it came second or third.
I told you I've got a Stiegel Stein. I've definitely mentioned this before.
I've got a Stiegel Stein.
Yeah, the ceramic ones.
Oh, no.
Mine's ceramic one.
Oh, so you got
stolen
a Stein
from a burger restaurant.
Stolen?
Look, legitimately, they said...
Come get him.
They said on social media that next time I was in, I could steal one.
If Kia's in trouble, I think you could be with that as well. Right, shall we have a look at what we've got? Beer fridge, you saw these guys yesterday at Brew London, right?
I did. Yeah, it was lovely to see you.
How did you enjoy Brew London?
It was great, I think it's a pretty interesting festival because it has a lot of kind of trade stuff going on as well. There's all this sort of like new technology and how to sort of serve things differently that you don't get at some of the other festivals. It's kind of like half trade focused, I would say. So it's interesting. I managed to pick up a gadget for a new lowbrow episode coming up.
Awesome.
So I'm quite excited about that. Don't know if I should tell everyone what it is yet, but
I think tell the good folk.
Yeah. So it's called a drink tank, and it's a pressurized growler from Well, I don't know where it's manufactured, but the inventors are based in Bend in Oregon.
Oh,
so
cool!
They're in quite a cool part of the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah.
And they set me up with this pressurized growler. It's modular, so you can get different lids for it. So I've got a keg lid and just a 45-hour cold lid. So 45-hour lid. Yeah, so it should be quite fun. Coming to lowbrow sometime soon.
Awesome. So Jake Washing from Washington State.
Wow.
Hello there. Edward Williams asks how long we've been brewing for. So we have been homebrewing seriously since 2016 when we bumped into the Grainfather guys at London Craft Beer Festival.
Well, not BrewCon. No,
BrewCon didn't even exist then.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, just need to play around with the pump speed if you want to show that to everybody.
Yes.
So we just, one of the things you do have to keep an eye on with mashing it with the Grainfather is just that you're getting the right flow from this. So occasionally the flow can reduce. Maybe there's a little bit of grain particle or something. So you just keep an eye on that and change the flow speed using your little red lever. So now we are away again. So we started brewing in 2016 seriously on the Grainfather. And just did it kind of casually. We did like 3 brews on the channel. We didn't really want to do too much homebrew because we didn't think we were good enough. And then lockdown happened. And we couldn't go anywhere. We couldn't do the travel stuff that we're more sort of known for and that we really love making. So we did a video where I brewed 5 Points Best. I was really missing cask. So we brewed one of my favorite cask beers on cask. I bought a hand pull, put it on my coffee table, ruined the coffee table, and had my own cask ale at home. And that did so well that we were like, shit, maybe we're ready for this.
I think it's the amazing thing about homebrewing is it gives you freedom and independence to drink whatever you want at home, right? So when the world felt like it was ending for that prolonged period of time, you were still able to get a pub experience because you brewed it at home yourself.
Yeah, I was.
Kind of amazing.
And you managed it for one day when you came over.
One day. Yeah. My allocated walk or whatever it was that day was to walk round to Johnny's.
And we could gather in 6s. Yes. Anyway, let's not relive that horrific time. So Bacchus Man has been using G30 since 2014.
Oh, OG.
Only replaced the controller to get the Bluetooth one.
Nice.
It's an amazing bit of kit. It really is.
That's testament to how good it is.
How long it lasts. Yeah, absolutely. Would be brewed today with fermenters full of lemongrass and lime gosa. Woo! I had a very busy day yesterday when I should have been writing. Instead, I was packaging our 2 pastry stouts, cleaning these 2 fermenters, cleaning the Grainfather. We very nearly, like, basically I sat down on Friday morning. I was like, right, a day of writing. And I went, wait, we haven't got a spare fermenter. And I also had to quickly package a load of our trial Pilsner, which actually we'll get out in a second.
Amazing.
So we are working up towards doing a lager episode in which we'll be brewing a Czech Pilsner. So I've started doing test batches. Batch 1 is actually fucking good. And so I put that in a growler last night, which I actually had about 2 litres, so we lost a litre of delicious Pilsner. But we've got a growler of it, so we'll try that once we're done with the Augustina and this very delicious Pacific Jade Lager. So yeah, I had the same experience yesterday, but managed to clear the space because I had to. Where are we? Let's go down. Oh my gosh, we got behind the comments. There we go. I knew it would happen. It took 40 minutes. So apologies. Where are we? Have you actually made any use of the hand pill since the lockdown brew? I have made a porter since then. That's it. So I've done it once because I moved house shortly after. Brad, that's too dark.
Oh, I put it on. Hang on.
What are you up to? Oh my god, that's too light.
Just put it on automatic. I thought it was going to help. Don't leave.
I think. Don't worry about it. If it gets hot, if it gets cold, it's okay. Cool. So I've only done it once, and then I moved house. So we're still working out where the hand pull's going to go in this place. You know,
kind of running out of room.
Yeah. Well, we will work it out. I mean, if this thing doesn't have a hand pull, as far as I'm concerned, it's not a craft beer channel studio.
No.
So we will work it out. Maybe I'll just have it on my desk here.
We've got to fit a few things. So we've got a hand pull. We've very kindly now got a Lucas side pour tap.
We do have a side pour tap for the lager.
Yeah.
So we'll be using that when we do our lager episode. So we'll turn the fridge that we have here. It's a chest freezer with an Inkbird into a Keyser.
Nice.
And we will put a side pour on that once we work out how to do it with space-wise. So yeah, just once. I'm kind of embarrassed to say that. Just bloody once. Somebody was at Brew London yesterday as well, Bradley. Vault City and Budvar. 2 very different breweries. But it's good to see the diversity. Cheers from the UK to Argentina. Amazing.
Do you know what? I had for my tea at Brew London yesterday, just to link Brew London with Argentina.
Yeah.
I had steak and chips with chimichurri on it.
There you go.
It's banging. There
you go. Great beer food, that. I've never homebrewed before, and my knowledge of it mainly comes from your channel and other reading. Any tips? Because I'm itching to have a go. Any tips? Start with clones.
Mm-hmm. That's a good shout.
I would, because then you know how good it is. You know, if you brew a Sierra Nevada clone, you can taste it next to Sierra Nevada and go, hey, is this close? Am I getting the same expression of the hops and the malts? Although you probably won't have to worry about that while you work out efficiencies and all this kind of stuff. Do an extract brew, but don't invest loads of money in extract kit is another thing I would say. Like, have a couple of goes with extract brewing, because then you'll learn the processes, you'll learn the cleanliness, you'll learn the gravity to hop ratios and this kind of stuff. So you'll learn how recipes are put together, but you don't have a lot of control with extract brewing. So,
no, I think you're right about the kit there. It's almost like you don't want to, if you don't invest, so you don't want to hit on the extract stuff and then suddenly, quite quickly want to progress.
Want to go to all grain, yeah.
And then you've kind of wasted your money a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. The Grainfather holds up well. Worked for boiling maple sap, and that takes about a week of 12-hour boil days.
What?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the G30, we put that through
maple sap.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I guess you boil that down to make it maple syrup.
Party Time Brewing. Where are you based? Are you in Canada?
Must be somewhere in north. We did a kettle sour for a video a couple of months ago, and that meant the Grainfather was on for 36 hours. Only at whatever it was, like 36 degrees, but still and it was outside as well because I didn't have this brew space. So yeah, it's a pretty amazing bit of kit. Mr. Rougelot, we answered your question on our podcast Friday 5 p.m. yesterday.
2 of them, I believe.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah. And Tegan's Air is possibly the only Bayern-based beer that might beat that one. Bavaria-based beer. I don't know whether Bayern and Bavaria are the same thing. Next big investment, the Bardio. Maybe we should do a bardio at yours and a brewdio at mine.
Well, I've actually said this before about doing.
Have you?
Yeah. I said if you're having the brewdio, I want a bar. So maybe I'll have a similar setup to this, but it'll just be pure party times. So we're talking, instead of brewing equipment, obviously a massive fridge, and what else will we have, Johnny? We have a big bar. Maybe tiki themed or something cheesy.
Oh, come on!
I don't know. I've got loads of neon signs. I love neon signs, so I could already do.
If you don't go down the cheesy Americana route, I'll be very disappointed.
In fact, no, that's what it should be. It should be Catford's first American dive bar in my garden.
Everyone's invited, awesome. By the way.
Oh yeah, come around to the dive bar.
Wait, I think I just dropped my mash.
Yeah, what neon signs? I've got a Coors neon sign that I bought at a boot sale when I was approximately 15 years old or something. So I don't think I've ever drunk a Coors in my life, but sign's cool.
Again, it was in the blind lager tasting.
Was it?
We've got two amazing Patreons who have. I don't think I've even told you this. One of them has sourced as many of the regional American lagers as they could, and somebody else who I think is on holiday in Connecticut right now is bringing it back for us on the plane. So bless you both if either of you are watching.
Above and beyond, guys.
So we'll be doing a regional American blind lager tasting pretty soon on the channel.
Just to check you on the flight, you're not muling our beers back, are you? That would be next level sort of meta craziness, wouldn't it? If we were live, you could drink one live on the flight. Actually, don't drink one because we need all of them to review. But
we've got two of each.
Two of each. You drink one then. Just drink one.
The shit one.
Yeah, they're all shit though, aren't they, Johnny? Isn't that the point?
No, I think some of them are good. I've never had Coors Banquet, an American beer writer swear by it.
Yeah.
Maybe Bardio. Swear by it. Strong.
Do you like the idea of a Bardio? Great idea, Andy. Great idea.
There we go. It could happen. Oh, we switched spaces. Have you tried the 5 Points Cask IPA homage? Had it at the brewery? No, haven't tried that one. It's in the keg, getting a bit of Diac. Is it going to mellow? It's possible. It depends how viable, how much yeast is left in there, whether it's going to clear itself up or whether, you've kind of frozen it in time now. Maybe, that is actually probably a great question for Rob.
Mm-hmm.
He might well know whether it is going to, but he might say the same as me. It's like possibly, probably not.
So Johnny, come back. Johnny 909, come back to us in about a quarter of an hour.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, we've got too far behind the comments now. So if you've got a burning question, please do repost it, and we'll try and get to it. Shall we try the Pilsner?
Yes.
If you want to reach into the fridge.
Yes.
How long have we got? We've got 37 minutes left. Should be a big old growler in there somewhere. Yeah, in the middle. That one. There we go. So today we shall be drinking from our own branded glassware and a Malt Miller glass.
Nice.
So I really hope that this doesn't get oxidized. Didn't get oxidized or anything. It's only been just over 24 hours since I packaged it. Little fizz on the opening. Come on.
Nice come on. Nice bit of
smoke on the opening. Yeah. Okay, there's carb. We're okay.
Nice. It looks like a lovely colour, mate. Oh, hello.
What's that telling me? Is that stuck sparge? Oh, he took sparge water. Everything's fine. I said stuck sparge.
Grainfather, mate. Of course it's fine.
Yeah. Oh, I should stop it beeping. But thank you for the reminder. There we go. Right.
Can we have a view of the fridge? Sadly not.
No, we can. We can.
Oh, you're going to go on your phone?
We can sort that. I'm going to go on my phone. Let's do it.
Roving reporter style.
Let's do it. Do you want to put that back in the fridge?
Yeah.
Well, wait.
Get it on camera.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
1 second. So if you give us 1 sec, we can go on to phone cam and hit that up. Bradley, fill in the awkward silence for me. Why don't you give my beer a sniff? Tell me what you think of it.
Oh, smells good. It smells like beer, Johnny. That's a good start.
What kind of beer?
I always think it smells quite sweet.
So it's got lots of not lots. It's got about 3% melanoid in malts, which was to replace decoction. We will eventually do decoction for this, but yeah, we'll have sweet caramel kind of vibes.
It smells really fresh and
thanks, man.
Just a sort of lovely summer's day. Oh, hello.
There we go. I fixed it.
Fridge cam.
Oh, wait. Oh, why is it on selfie mode? I don't want it on selfie mode. Camera. No. Okay, I can't seem to change it from selfie mode. So,
Okay, let's try that. Oh, hello. There's you. Excuse me,
This is the studio.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, wait, we've got a comment in the way, Bradley.
Oh dear, sorry.
There we go. So that's what's in the fridge.
This is lovely pots. Many beers. Growlers. Bunch of cans.
So there we go. So yeah, all that usually that has kegs in as well. Sorry about the echo. I've worked it out. Usually it has kegs in, but they're out so that we have quick access to the beers for today.
Let's see a bit more of the studio.
Yeah, you want to see the studio?
Yeah.
Gads. There we go. Blimey, this is tricky. 1 second. Let me.
Just go full. Oh, hang on, it's dropped out.
Oh. Smooth move, Ferguson. And then click that one. That there.
There we go. Come on, look at this. Oh, it's that kind of makes the space look a little bit smaller than it is, but it's a good sized space, Johnny. This is where Johnny does a lot of the editing, all of the editing on craft beer channel videos. From this is the hotbed. Look at this lovely. He spent quite a lot of money on all of this gear, you know. So looks good though. This is like a strokey wall, isn't it, Johnny? Does it do anything else? This is just when you feel really stressed out, you just stroke it, right?
I mean, also it deadens sound.
Oh yeah, deadens
But also
sound.
it's good to stroke,
Strokey wall. We've got a picture that an artist did of Johnny, a guy called Barnaby that we both used to work with. We've got another look at this artwork up here. This is a guy called Alex who did the artwork on our London craft beer book. This is a letterpress that I did with an artist called Problem Letterpress. Yeah.
Two Pipe Problem Letterpress.
He's not called that anymore. He's changed his name. But his name's Stephen Kenny anyway. He's not. He won't be watching. Don't worry about it, Stephen. And then these are a plethora of awards.
There is our 100,000 subscriber button.
All sorts of stuff.
And the various books, my books, Brad's books, and other people's
Lots
books.
of Mark Dredge books. There you go.
Big fans of Mark Dredge.
Yeah, all sorts.
And then I've become a little bit addicted to plants, which is something I didn't know about myself until recently. And this is the chaos that you can't see generally.
Show the people my cable management here, Johnny. Look, everything's kind of like bundled up so it doesn't go to mayhem. I'm definitely quite a messy person, but when it comes to cable management, I used to work in like video production and stuff, and you don't want to have trip hazards. We have got a trip hazard.
We have so many trip
health
hazards.
and safety wouldn't be keen on that, but this is what we're using. So nice little bit of kit, the A10 Mini, great little bit of broadcast kit that lets us plug in, I think, 4 HDMI signals, so we can have 4 live DSLR cameras through to like massive broadcast cameras. We can hot switch between them. We're using StreamYard, bit of tech talk here, and we're currently obviously broadcasting from a mobile phone as well. So it's good software, isn't it?
It's pretty incredible, to be fair to them. Right, I'm going to leave on here. I hope you enjoyed that. I hope that wasn't too boring for you. Somebody's gone on going, I don't want to jinx this, but I'm impressed by there being no hiccups. There you go.
Yeah.
Damn you, Juicy Loose.
Should we drink your beer?
Yes, let's do it. Yes,
cheers.
Let's do it. Cheers.
Do you know
Come
what?
on, that's pretty good.
That's not bad.
Lovely caramel character. For me, it's just no, it's not just a shade sweet. It's a 5.2% Pilsner. It should have sweetness. Decoction character from the melanoidin. Lovely hoppiness. 200 grams of SARS went into this. 100 grams right at the start of the boil. This was a 19-litre keg eventually. 100 grams at the start to get us 42 IBU, which is roughly, I think, Pilsner Urquell is 44. And then 100 grams of whole leaf SARS in a quick whirlpool was the recipe, basically, along with the Pilsner Urquell yeast. Otherwise, all Weimann floor malted Pilsner malt and a little bit of melanoid in. Touch of carapils for head retention. And that was it. And it was lager. So this, I brewed it a couple of days after Christmas. It had 3 weeks of like fermentation temperatures, 6 weeks of lagering, and then it's been in keg for about 2 months. So it's actually, the hop character's now died off quite a bit.
Mate.
But, the clarity on that.
It's beautiful.
I mean, well, you can't tell because it's frosted now, but it's pin bright. Absolutely pin bright.
That is a certified crispy boy.
Well Thanks, done. Man.
Well done.
Nothing makes me happier.
This is what you want in the summer. It's great.
So yeah, the original plan, actually, when we did the blind taste test of the good lagers, my stooge was going to slip in my homebrew, but in absence of me, couldn't get the keg to pour. So that little trick
that wouldn't have. I don't think that would have been good, Johnny. Because what if you'd said yours was the best? Like, no one would have believed anything.
That is true. That would have completely removed any trust people had in me. Yeah.
But,
I mean, it wouldn't have been the best. It's not better than Stiegel, Augustina, or any of that stuff. But that's better than Stella and Heineken by a country mile, as far as I'm concerned. Right. Cool.
Do you think homebrew tastes better when you've made it yourself? Is there a bit of that? Like if you've made your own bread or something, you're like, this tastes better than.
I think you go through phases of it, don't you? Like the first time you brew a beer where you're like, actually, that's quite good.
Satisfaction
is very, very tasty. But then you get very critical of yourself, and suddenly you're like, why can't I do that again? This is terrible. This is the worst beer.
Plus, that's sort of wanting to aim higher and higher, because this is something you get into and you just keep sort of wanting to raise the bar, probably, right? Yeah,
exactly. So it's, I mean, what I have to say, what's been really nice about having this lager on keg the whole time has been that although I see flaws in it, it is one of those beers where I'm just like, I cannot believe I made this.
Yeah.
And it's kind of satisfying. Whereas a lot of the IPAs and stuff that we make, I think you're always going to get better from professionals. Whereas actually with lager, which is like absolutely at its best, unfiltered, unpasteurized, and fresh, it's pretty magic having your own one.
So have you got any? Okay, so this is a question for you, Johnny. Have you got any recommendations? What sort of styles you should brew if you're starting off?
Not lager.
No, that's what I was getting at. Lager is like really hard because you can't hide behind anything.
I mean, the absolute best thing you could brew is like a porter or a stout, like at like 4.5%, because it will hide a lot of any flaws. If it ends up at 3.5 or if it ends up at 7, it's still going to be quite tasty.
Yeah.
So I'd start with a sort of a dark session beer, and then I'd build up towards British bitters, American pales, like old school American pales, like not the New England stuff, but like Sierra Nevada. That would be a great test of hopping, of dry hopping, getting into that, which is a really risky process. And then then start thinking about IPAs. Start thinking about potentially lagers. If you've got good equipment, you can cold condition stuff.
Don't even look at pastry until you're way in.
No, do not touch pastry. So that's my tip. Let's have a little look in the comments. Magic Matt says, "Spied the Easy Dens. Is it worth the money? Don't know yet. Haven't tried it. It arrived a couple of days ago. I was hoping to get it working for today, but I need to get some distilled water. And I didn't do that.
What's the Easy Dens? I didn't know what it is.
The Easy Dens is this.
This little guy.
So it's a super accurate, really quick way of testing gravity and ABV, and not having to recalibrate for temperature.
So this is.
But they're very expensive. They're about £300.
Yeah. Did the channel pay for that?
No, we got it sent for free in return for a review.
Easy Dens,
which I'm not going to give yet.
Easy Den.
I don't know who Den is.
The only Den I know is, wasn't there a Den
Dirty
in
Den?
in EastEnders?
Dirty Den.
This is the opposite of that.
Dan,
right?
I don't know. Somebody loves your cable management.
Thanks.
Jen loves your cable management.
Thanks, Jen.
Loved your popular common beer review. I showed my students in high school in China. Wow. They said you're super handsome. Huh?
Oh, hi, big into Japan, Johnny. China. You went to Chinese Oktoberfest.
I went to Chinese Oktoberfest in Qingdao, and it was amazing fun, but nothing like the original Oktoberfest. More pole dancers than the German version.
You were incredibly handsome. That's what I heard when you were there.
Is that what people were telling you?
I could see the lust in people's eyes as you were talking to them.
Stop. Nailing your first Pilsner is definitely mecca for homebrewers, yeah, and it's super process led as well. The recipes are incredibly simple, so it's all what you do in the process. Brad, I'm now 39.04 behind due to ridiculous airflame Wi-Fi buffering, and you've just read my comment. Not giving up. Don't give up.
Don't give up.
Don't give up. Russell says, "Lol, thought it was the school for dangerous juveniles. If you're going to go there."
Is that in comment to the Chinese school?
No, I think that was before. I don't quite understand this one, but thanks for having the stream and talking to people. That's real of you.
Nice.
You're welcome. Are there any breweries across Asia that are on your radar? So when I went to China, I went to. Oh, this is embarrassing. What was the name of the brewery? Was it Great Leap? I think they're called Great Leap, and had an amazing jasmine saison that was so fucking good.
Wow.
I think it's in the video from when I went over there, because I did the Asian Oktoberfest thing, but I also did we were in Beijing and we did a pub tour. So we went to a place where they had Bourbon County Stout, and we got to drink a really old version of that. And then we went to it was a brew pub, so maybe it wasn't Great Leap, because I think Great Leap are quite big. I'll dig out the video, because the beer was really, really good. Otherwise, not really. It's something we'd love to explore. So we'd love to do more travel again. Japan has an incredible scene. Vietnam increasingly has an incredible scene. China's had a great scene for a while. South Korea is one of the biggest beer drinking nations in the world as well. So there must be great craft breweries there. So yeah, we do need to get on that. Right, I've just seen that Rob from Malt Miller has joined into the green room. Nice. So I'm just going to check through the comments one more time, check we haven't missed anything important, and then we'll be bringing on Rob from Malt Miller.
We haven't got any important brew steps coming up, have we?
No, we've still got... do you want to have a quick look through the comments? Tell me if we've missed anything important. I'll just double check that the mash isn't going to kick off during that. Grainfather app. There we go. We've got 23 minutes. If anybody will forgive us for starting the sparge,
yes,
it will be Rob.
Hot Rod Garage said the Easy Den works very good.
And Easy Den works
very good. And he's got the that wasn't me trying to
do a German
no.
That was just
that's just me drunk. So yeah, that's cool to know. Easy Den is great in a commercial brewery when you're doing SG checks throughout the brew day and you have a million other things to do. A hydrometer or a fracture is fine for home brewing, though.
Yeah.
So, maybe it's a little bit overkill. But certainly when we were doing the pastry stout, we were a little bit concerned, weren't we, that we weren't getting a massively accurate reading.
Yeah, potentially using the refractometer.
Yeah.
But actually we were.
Yes.
We just were missing our numbers.
because I think it was Palmada or someone said that when you drop just a couple of drops it onto the glass plate, is it glass? It is glass, isn't it? It will cool down to the ambient temperature incredibly quickly. So
which is what you need.
Yeah, you're not sort of dealing with something that's too hot.
That's totally fine. Totally. I've seen.
No, we were worried it was too hot though, weren't we? That was the thing.
Were we? I don't even remember.
It was just a worry.
Yeah.
Hey,
anyway, let's get Rob Neal on from Malt Miller, our preferred and the world's best homebrew store. Get loading up your questions now. We'd love to hear what you want to hear from Rob. And we've got lots of questions for him as well. So send them in, and we will answer them as soon as we can. Right, Rob. Hello.
Hey, Johnny and Brad.
Welcome, Rob. Lovely to see your face yesterday.
I know. Yeah, we bumped into each other. You were on the way in, and we were obviously on the way out after enjoying ourselves quite
a lot. Rob, you're a little bit quiet. If you go to settings, audio, mic volume, and say don't automatically adjust, and then turn it up, you might be a bit louder for folks. We need some lift music.
You look great, Rob. We just can't hear
Yeah, you look great.
That's absolutely fantastic. Yeah, thank you for that.
you.
Mic volume, here we go. That better?
It's a little bit better. It's still a bit. Is it definitely? Is the what's the word? The source for your audio definitely your earbuds?
Yes, it definitely is.
Huh. Maybe switch to your laptop as the audio source.
AirPods, got it.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Now we're talking.
Perfect.
Now we're talking.
This is the magic of live television, guys.
I should have had an earpiece.
Especially when you're as technical as I am.
Well, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us.
No worries, thank you.
Hopefully, we're getting some questions rolling in by now. But I've got a couple of questions. Firstly, tell me about the origins of the Malt Miller, the history of you getting started with that.
Oh, crikey, yeah. No, it's quite a long story. I'll cut it down as best I can. I was actually involved with another business, and I was getting quite heavily into the hobby of home brewing. I couldn't get hold. The actual ingredients were quite difficult to get hold of then. Even things like Cascade hops, which obviously freely available now, but back then, sort of 2009-ish, it was actually quite difficult to get hold of some of the ingredients, and there was also a bit of a hop shortage going on. Anyway, so I was brewing. I was also quite interested in a brewing forum called Jim's Beer Kit, which is actually still going, but it was really, really informative. Loads of people on there brewing. So I started looking at buying ingredients as close to the source as possible, which is what I started doing. And I bought, the first thing I ever bought was 5 kilos of Cascades. I think it was 10 kilos of East Kent Goldings or similar. And I broke them down and sold them on one of the forums, the Jim's Beer Kit forum, and kept what I needed to brew with. And it just completely and utterly snowballed from there.
Amazing. I guess that's the way a lot of great businesses start, isn't it? You sort of see that there's a problem and you can come up with a solution. And obviously,
yeah, I mean, the problem was I couldn't get a hold of what I wanted. That was the real issue. So, and I wasn't really thinking of it as part of a business, but yeah, that bit came along afterwards. So basically, we started in the corner of a shipping container, and yeah, basically grew from there.
Amazing.
Cool. And now it's like a goddamn Willy Wonka's homebrew store. I had
it's absolutely incredible.
I was where was I? I've been out drinking, if I'm honest with you. And you know, when you're drunk and you're on the train home and you're flicking through your phone, and I've got like a notes thing where I write notes for like craft beer channel ideas or writing ideas or whatever it is. And I just found one note, and it just said, "Video idea, supermarket sweep at Malt Miller."
Can we keep everything in a 60-second window?
I think it was a good way of just getting.
Yeah, just fill it in, run round.
Yeah.
So I don't know whether maybe one day there's a video, a collab between Craft Beer Channel and Malt Miller, where like it's just like you've got to brew a beer to, I don't know, impress this person or make this flavor, and then you just go out running into Malt Miller and try to make it a bit like is it Ready Steady Cook, where they used to do that? Like, these are the ingredients.
Yes.
Now you've got to turn it into a dish, but it would be more like, here's the dish. Now you've got to go get the ingredients and make it work.
Nice.
That's quite a coincidence, because that phrase was actually used on one of our videos the other day that we did, that we were going to go and do the trolley dash to go and get our ingredients to brew with.
You've got to. I can't believe you haven't done it on your channel yet.
It's a trolley dash.
Yeah. So in case people don't know, tell us about the YouTube channel as well, because there's some pretty incredible information over there that's very homebrew specific, a bit less narrative than ours.
Yeah, it's absolutely completely central to. We're not trying to create a YouTube channel as such. What we're trying to do is education. So we don't just talk about the products that we sell. We talk about methods and how to make things easier, how to what to do when you're a beginner, you've never brewed before. So it's as much about education as it is a sales tool. It's been really good fun. We absolutely love doing it. Our video days are hectic, but really, really enjoyable. And I think that, you know, a lot of what we want to do here, we're not just pushing products out the door. We're interested in expanding the hobby as a whole. So, you know, that education side of it is really, really important to us. We don't just want to sell you something. We want to be able to show you how to use it, and then you can come back to us for information. And another thing that's really important to us is that you don't buy something now. And actually, Brad, you touched on this earlier. You don't buy something at the start of your brewing hobby that then isn't useful all the way through your brewing hobby. You know, and that's about educating people on buying the right equipment from the get-go.
I think it's a real trap. People can like go down little cul-de-sacs and spend a lot of money in stuff that just has dead ends, really, when you sort of want to progress.
I think also it's something I see. So I'm on all of these Grainfather Facebook groups and stuff, and there's so many like Grainfather for sale, used once, because I think people have gone, I'm going to get into homebrewing, and they go straight in, and you need to sort of
need.
The amount of acquired knowledge you need.
Some 5 litre batches done on your stovetop at home is just such a great way to start. Just teaches you about the process. And also fermentation, you know, which is such a massive part of the process of making beer that someone new to the hobby doesn't quite understand. So yeah, start small. Brew in the bag's so good because you've probably got a pan at home that's big enough to start doing brew in the bag at home without having to go and actually buy anything serious. Yeah. It's actually exactly how I started.
But tell me how you got started in homebrew. Was it you couldn't get hold of something you wanted, or it was like, how the hell is this done? What was it?
It was kind of part of that. I'd been out to the States. We used to holiday in like really rural Virginia, and there was a beer that I drank out there called Magic Hat No. 9. Magic Hat with a brewery, and this beer absolutely blew me away. It was like nothing I'd ever drunk before. So obviously I've come home and you couldn't buy anything like that. This is back in like 2008, 2009. You just couldn't buy anything like that. So I started looking at how to make that. So that was kind of what got me started. But I was already into making stuff from scratch at home. So we were already curing bacon and smoking fish, and it was kind of like we were already leading down that path to doing stuff from scratch, which is what I generally say is what we do.
So come the apocalypse, we're all heading to your house for a bacon sarnie and some great beer, right?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Alrighty, we've got some questions in the comments. Dudes Brews asks, what's your favorite homebrew recipe that you make?
Right, I've got this thing about dark malts and hops. So if it's strong dark malt flavor and American sea hops, they just absolutely go together so well, which is just, my palate is just absolutely totally suited for it. So the Chinook Robust Porter is my favorite beer that I invented the recipe and I came up with it, and it's because it matches my taste. It's one of the fantastic things about homebrewing. It's, you know, you've got a certain taste that you're aiming for. Bosh, you know, you can go and brew that beer. It's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I haven't still made the beer that I really want to make, because there's still no beer in the UK that is like Focal Banger. Yeah. And that's the beer. Like, when I finally have time, and it doesn't have to be a craft beer channel recipe, is to try and create basically a massively bitter, dry, New England style Citra Mosaic beer. That's what I'm missing in the UK. Or if a professional brewer out there wants to make it for me, that'd be great. We've got another question from Dudes Brew. What's your favorite hop variety? Is it Chinook?
I think it's probably Centennial, actually. I think it's probably Centennial. Oh, right. Yeah, really, because it's just such a versatile hop to be used anywhere, and just that massive punch of flavor that you can get from a really, you know, when you use a really good batch of Centennial, it just that stunning, fresh, real classic sea hop flavor, which I don't think can be beaten. However, saying that, some of the new hops that are coming out, I don't think have been used to their best yet. but I think that Strata is going to be one that's going to be a massive hop, hop.
That's my favorite of like the most recent ones that have come out, and I can see that in 5-10 years time being like
it's funny. Yeah, it's funny how some hops, they get an initial amount of traction and then they sort of chug along for a little while, and then all of a sudden, bang, they're really in sort of front and center. Which, I think that Strata is going to be there. The dankness that it can produce is absolutely awesome.
Like really sticky, funky passion fruit is what I always get, and it's got such a lovely, smooth, like bitterness to it as well. It's like you can get passion fruit from like Galaxy and stuff, but it's just got zero rawness to it, so you can use it in pretty large quantities. Yeah, exactly. Really fucking good. Average Joe asks, what's your favorite cheese?
Whoa. I like really smelly camembert, like really ripe camembert, and I like doing the old-fashioned thing of heating it up in the box in the oven, some bread, whack it in there, oozy,
garlic and rosemary.
Oh, beautiful! Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, I can do that.
Steph, have you tried any South African hops? What did you think of them?
No, Steph. No, I haven't. And up until relatively recently, they've been really, really tricky to get hold of. So no, I've not done too much with them, although we have got a few bits and pieces on the cards in the not too distant future, but I've not managed to brew with any yet.
Ben Filmasters asks, what would Rob suggest is the best way to find out if homebrewing is for you if you don't have any kit yet? Is it go to a mate's and have a go? Yeah. Call up a home brewer and go and do a brew day. That's the. Well, actually, before you do that, go and try the beer. Because the beer that you can make at home is absolutely outstanding. We're trying to get away from the word homebrew. We're brewing at home. Homebrew has like connotations from back in the day when you used to buy a sticky kit from Boots and ferment it in the airing cupboard with as much sugar as you possibly could. And it's got those sort of connotations, and we're trying to get away from that. So the people that are brewing at home are, we're putting out beers that are as good as the commercial boys in many cases. So go and try some beer, and then we do brew days as well. But go and do a brew day with someone. See what the process is.
Nice.
Sorry, I was just fixing a technical issue there. Any questions? I think we're way behind now again, aren't we? There we go. Oh, here we go. What style of beer is now popular in the UK amongst homebrewers, of course? Yeah, what are you seeing like flying out the door at Malt Miller?
Yeah, it always surprises us actually, because obviously we're selling to what people want, not what we want personally to drink here at the Malt Miller. So, with lagers has gone absolutely mental for us here at Malt Miller. And that's our biggest interest right at the moment. But our customers are wanting the best bitter kits that we do. So the 5 points kit that Johnny was talking about earlier, is what a fantastic beer it is, and people can't get enough of it. So a lot of it is that type of beer. The Timothy Taylor landlord kit that Martin came up with, and that's the one that we brew on our brew days here at the Malt Miller. Massively popular. And such a great kit. And surprisingly, our Leffe clone as well. We've been selling that kit since the year dot, and really popular. People absolutely love it and tend to buy it over and over and over again.
Leffe is one of those beers that I remember relatively near the start of the craft beer channel, probably about 2 years in. So 2015, 2016, we put out a video going like, what's your favorite beer in the world? What's your go-to? And most of the answers were Lef, Punk, or like some local thing that, we'd never heard of and just only sort of local string. But yeah, I mean, let's not talk about Punk. But Left was one of these beers that just like I had no idea was still so wildly popular.
Yeah,
And I guess
massively
part of it is
popular,
the
isn't it?
accessibility, but
Yeah.
I used to drink, so I'm 39 now. I used to drink Leffe when I was 18. I used to take big bottles of it to parties and stuff.
I think that it was one of the first that was available as a bomber in the supermarket. You know, so it's
felt a little bit different.
Great.
a little bit fancy.
Yeah.
A little bit fancy.
Yeah, yeah.
Also, go to Belgo and drink it there.
Oh, Belgo's got a lot to answer for.
You know, that was good stuff.
How are you going on the pre-boil gravity?
So we're just shy of 1080.
Okay, cool.
So I'm thinking, well, I've got fucking Rob Neal. Should I call it quits there and think that the boil will get me to 1085, or we think keep going?
No, keep it going.
What am I thinking about?
Keep it going.
Yeah.
Keep it going, and you're developing colour and flavour the whole time that's in there.
This is starting to smell pretty amazing in here, actually. Really sticky coffee, like Brad's coffees.
Brad, did you try the Waypost Stout from Virginia Brewing Company yesterday? Oh, man.
I didn't make it to their stand. Was it good?
Oh, yeah, it was absolutely outstanding. It had ancho chili in it.
Well, I bothered them a bit too much last year, and then I thought, well, actually, I didn't really get anywhere last year, so I'll leave them alone. But they had some. Was it still the sort of quite posh English guy manning that stall?
No, we were served by a very attractive young lady.
Okay, all right. Well, there you go. I'd still like to go to Virginia if you're watching. I doubt you're watching.
Yeah.
Please, lady, can we go to Virginia? Question for you: what does Rob pair with his camembert? He's frozen. He's like, oh god!
You've thought so much longer about this.
I hadn't frozen. Oh, just a bit of garlic and rosemary and as much bread as you can whack in there.
What beer though?
What beer?
What beer? Right. Okay. So we're into the lagers. So this Don Zoco has just absolutely taken over my beer fridge.
Nice.
So Big Foam and the smoked lager that he does, Super King, is absolutely outstanding. So yeah, that would be my go-to.
King with a roasted camembert.
My little suggestion there to pimp out your camembert, Rob. Just get a bag of Frazzles, crunch them up, sprinkle them on the top with that smoky lager.
That's a tip for everything.
A real dirty tip, that is. Oh.
Richard asks, are you going to be getting more can seamers in?
Yeah, we are. We got quite. Yeah, we are. Yes, we've got can seamer news.
It's niche, but it's important to some people.
It is niche, and actually, it's something that I've been working on for about the last 4 years. Getting a really consistent seam on a can, but at a reasonable homebrew level cost, and we've almost cracked it.
Okay.
We've almost cracked it. So,
what sort of price are we talking here then? Or is that to be announced?
It is TBC, but if we could aim at getting a seamer and some sort of easily filling system for under the 500 mark to the home brewer, that's where we're aiming at.
Wow.
Tom Green, what do you think about fermenting and serving from the same corny keg with a floating dip tube?
No. It's just. I know that people do it, and I know that it's a thing that's fine, but it's just fraught with issues. That
just transfer it over.
Yeah, transfer it over. You're gonna, and if it does fuck up, it fucks up in a big fashion. So I kind of like. You can end up ruining your whole keg of beer, and it's not for me. It's not for me.
There we go. Noted. Lynn asks, there's a hop I liken to washing up liquid taste. Can't point out which one. Anyone got the same? Any thoughts? Washing up liquid flavour.
How does she know it's coming from the hop?
That's a great question, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not one of the beer faults that you can have that's got a soapy kind of.
Yeah. If we're talking soapy, then Sriracha Ace was the famous one for soap, wasn't it? But I think you can get it from. I've had it off of Centennial, like the slightly more piney British hops. I think something can go wrong if they're old or something. It can feel a bit like that.
That's a really
Centennial.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, I can't get any further with that one. This washing up liquid is a very, very specific.
What are we talking? Very liquid or
Dove soap?
An off-brand.
What brand of soap are we talking, Lynn?
Is it a lemon one? Because that might be quite nice. You know.
Stephen Gadsby has a question. Do you use chip malt? What would you recommend as the maximum amount? Before you chip in, Rob.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say that when I tasted the latest Burnt Mill West Coast IPAs, I was absolutely floored by how good they were. And I emailed one of the owners, Charles, and said, "What's the recipe? Will you give it to me?" And it was about 30% chit.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
No chit.
No, lots of chit.
Lots of chit, eh?
Oh, okay. I mean, well, that's just blown my answer out of the water then, because I was going to say, it's like 7 or 8% would be where I was at with that. But if you've had if you've had a beer and you've enjoyed it and it's 30% chip malt,
I'm going to check my.
That's pushing the melanoidin flavors really heavily. Yeah.
I got a few beer names, chip themed beer names.
I bet you fucking
Chitty Bang Bang. That could be a big one. Alvin and the Chipmunks.
Actually, no, I'm into that. That's out of the left field. Yeah, I'm happy with that.
I'm done. I can't think of any more.
What
is chip malt for anyone out there that doesn't know what it is and doesn't want to Google it?
It's so you can put it in the mash and it makes it makes it more fermentable basically, and you can have less fermentable in the grain bill, and the chip malt will help the enzymes develop.
So is there a cost benefit in using that? Is it a bit of a shortcut?
No, I don't think it's a shortcut. It just means that you can use more speciality grains and get them to convert.
Right. Okay.
Here we go, Rob. So
the
full recipe for Get the Gold by Burnt Mill.
Yeah, go on.
84% extra pale, 6% Munich, 6% dextrin, 31% chit.
Wow. Okay.
And it was.
I wonder if that's got something to do with the what percentage was the chit?
31.
Wow. Okay.
6.6%. Final gravity 1011. OG 1060.
So it's a relatively fermentable wort when she's still got in there 7% dextrin.
Yeah. It was a super good
I'd like to try that.
I'd like to try that. Yeah, for sure. Right. Hummering. Rob, what are your predictions for Pilsner malt prices in the next 12 to 24 months?
Dry.
Yeah. Okay, so our malt prices are fixed in January. So from here until next January-ish, packaging prices, courier prices, that sort of thing might go up, but the actual cost of the malt will remain the same.
That's great. And is that because you're buying everything a year in advance, so you can?
Yeah, we have to contract our malt, and we fix our prices in January.
Well, there aren't not many companies, mate, that will fix their prices for a year in advance. So good on you.
Well, I think that I mean, it's absolute necessity for us. What's going to happen to the prices? I don't know. I really don't know. I'm hoping that the spike in prices, it dips down before January. But for everything that I'm reading and watching and learning about, is saying that the prices are going absolutely crazy. A lot of the Pilsner malt obviously comes from Europe as well. I mean, we obviously sell the English versions of the Pilsner malts, which we can know a little bit more about the pricing. It's a little bit more difficult for us to second guess the prices on the continent as well. But the price of nitrogen and that they're putting on the crops is absolutely. I think it's nearly 1,000. It's gone to nearly £1,000 a ton, and it was at 200. So that's kind of that's the kind of difference that we're looking at.
Yeah. We've had a super chat. And I've tried to click it and it hasn't come up. There we go. Is it possible? I mean, it definitely is to homebrew a sour or a ghoster. Tell us the process, Rob.
No. I'd say it's funny things. You kind of talk about subjects that you know about and subjects that you don't know about. I steer clear of, and I will admit that I am not. It's probably the worst beer style in the whole world ever. So,
opinion here.
Yeah, obviously, each to their own. But it's a common joke here at the Malt Miller that if you want to make me make a particularly nasty face, you give me a try of a gozer.
Is it, it's not the sourness, it's the saltiness, is it, that you object to?
There are some sour beers that I actually really, really like. In fact, last night I tried the Vocation had a sour cherry beer on. I don't know if you tried that, but that was absolutely outstanding. So no, it's not the sourness. I think it's the combination of the two. But in direct answer to the question, absolutely yes, you can make that. You can make that style at home. You're just not asking the best person to describe the best way of making it.
Well, what I would say is, having done, so we did a video where we did like a kettle souring process, which is where you pitch lactobacillus in, you wait 24, 48, 36 hours for that lactic culture to create the acidity. That came out with a really good result for us. But for a homebrew scale, particularly for your first attempt, use the Philly sour. It was like using normal yeast, but you end up with a sour beer. It's just a remarkable
and no hassle with using it either.
Yeah,
down the line, you don't have a problem with it, infecting other beers or anything.
And I guess risk of like butyric is much lower and stuff with that as well. So
absolutely, yeah.
Just all around for a homebrewer, it's just a game changer. Dr. Sam asks, what are your top 3 tips for brewing, Rob? Thanks for delivering to the everything.
Wow.
Top 3 tips. Okay, well, depends where you are in your brewing. Definitely depends where you are in your brewing hobby. If you're just starting out, cleanliness, that's absolutely key, because no one can ever brew a decent beer without cleanliness. The second thing is to learn about how to taste beer and how to find out problems in the beer that you're brewing. Unless you educate yourself with what some of the off flavors are, the common off flavors are, you're not going to know what you're producing is. You're not going to know if what you're producing is any good. So get to know tasting beer. And on that subject, I would say to make your own beer better, try as many different styles as you can of beer that you can go and buy. Now, that might be beer that you can buy simply in the supermarket, or go and visit a local tap room and speaking to the people that are actually brewing the beer. That would be one of the biggest ones. Get to know beer. Because without that, you're not going to know how good your output is.
Brilliant.
And secondly, I think thirdly is time. So just don't. There's a big thing with rushing beer at the moment, and that's fine. But also, some things just need a little bit of time, and that goes right throughout the whole process. So on a brew day, if you're brewing from grain and you've got a 4-hour window, I would say just don't do it, because something's going to go wrong in the process. You're going to be hassled and stressed, and just when you choose to do your brew, don't have anything else on and don't have a time limit on it, and just enjoy the actual process. Have a few beers with it, and just don't rush it.
It's all a learning experience, isn't it? I think we can be quite hard on ourselves, but that's the wonderful thing about homebrewing is, you're learning as you're going, really, and you're going to improve it as you sort of learn those things. And as you say, cleanliness is next to godliness, and all of that. You got to get the basics right before you're going to make a great beer.
I think there are a few things that. Sorry, just to interrupt. I think there are a few things that homebrewers do tend to do that, if they didn't, they'd be much better off. So I think that definitely bottling your first few batches rather than trying to use any type of pressure barrel is a really good idea. So I would personally, if it was me, I would get pressure barrels and kick the whole lot of them into the sea, because I think they're responsible. I think they're responsible for a lot of people giving up homebrew on their first couple of batches. They're just such a pain in the ass.
Yes, they are. I started on those. Never again.
Yeah. No, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is why we don't sell them here, actually.
Got another question that came. I think it came from earlier. Got a bit impatient to keg the last lager before I had a chance to eat up all the acid. Good Lord, Bradley, this is bad. Right, you've packaged a lager. Is the diet going to mellow, or are you screwed?
No, you're screwed, mate.
Sorry, Johnny.
Unfortunately,
Sorry,
no, and I wouldn't. Well, unless you can just stick it in a keg and stick it somewhere, that you're not worried about. But I would definitely, in this situation, chuck it and start again. That would be my because once you've tasted diacetyl, once you've tasted it, it's there front and center, and it's not going to go.
Yeah, I mean, another tip I would say is, it's brutal, but dumping a batch so that it doesn't stick around and annoy you forever is another thing. It's like, it's bad.
Or stop you brewing another.
Do another brew, learn the lesson.
Yeah, you've got to learn from your mistakes and know when to quit.
I mean, this is a giant question. We'll get into hop timings and dry hoppings. Can you tell us about oxidation for beginners?
In certain beer styles, it's absolutely it's very, very difficult to brew certain beer styles without some experience and without some pieces of equipment. And we're learning more and more about even styles that don't appear to be really, really oxygen sensitive. We're finding out are actually really more oxygen sensitive, and some of the subtle flavors that oxygenation of a beer can produce. It's that absolute enemy. There are a few products that make dry hopping, for example, easier, and I would definitely start looking at a product called Spectrum. And actually, I think this is widely the case, that some of the advanced hop products that are actually designed to help with this problem are really underused at the moment. And we're going to be doing a bit more promotion of how to use them successfully in the brewery, and how you can reduce that oxidation. So I would definitely look at dry hopping with Spectrum. It's just an absolute game changer for dry hopping big hop style beers. Have you used it yet, Johnny?
No, I haven't used it, but our next collab is a double New England IPA, and maybe maybe that's the moment.
Yeah. There are enhanced hop pellets available now, but the problem with those is that they are also incredibly sensitive to oxygen, and they oxidize very, very quickly. So using them on a homebrew level is actually really quite difficult. So my advice there would be to take a look at Spectrum, which is a dry hop product, which is a liquid that you can inject with a syringe on the dry hop. That would be for dry hopping. That would be my advice on that.
So all this talk about hops got me thinking maybe we should have a hoppy beer. So I've reached for a Verdant and Unity collab, which has two experimental hops in. Have you tried or seen HBC 586 or 630?
This is getting into sort of train spotter territory now.
It is. Yeah.
Engine drive fast. 6350.
Have they not? I wonder if they've actually got names yet. Then.
Yeah, I mean this is quite a fresh beer, so I don't think they do.
You might have.
It's also got Laurel and Talus in, so it's got Talus.
Oh, Laurel's another one that came out a good few years ago now. Was used as a pairing hop on various with the other C hops, and I think it's absolutely wonderful.
Well, I can confirm this smells like a Verdant beer.
Yeah.
Apricot. Not getting any Talus. So Talus is Neo-Mexicanus. So it's a wild Mexican hop crossbred with American varieties and then grown commercially. Is that right?
You might know more than me on that one, Johnny. I know it's. I know it's.
We'll say it's right.
It's supposed to be a powerful hop, so it might have just used less of it in there.
Yeah. Right. I mean, we've got well beyond this, and also I'm aware that we're at 1090. Well, maybe just below, between 1085 and 1090. I'm going to call it quits there because we've got to keep on a schedule.
No worries.
So we're going to start on the mash. I just want to see if there's any questions. We're gonna be with Rob for a little bit longer. If there's any burning questions that I've missed, please post them again. If you didn't get your answer, please post it again. Brad's going to run the comments in 2 seconds while I sort out the sparge.
Sure.
No worries.
We're getting some Laurel love here from Josh Meller
Laurel love
of Meller Brewing. Hi, Josh. It's a great hop. So what did we just say? We said Talus is a Mexican.
Neo-Mexicanus.
Neo-Mexicanus. Wow, that's a cool name, isn't it? Do we think there are going to be more sort of wild hops? I guess they're wild, so we can find all different ones, right?
I think a couple will come out of different parts of the world before we're done. We're looking for new flavors. I think lots of people dislike Sabro. But what I love about Sabro is even if you don't love the flavor of it, it's that it's a hop that you can just pick out in an instant. It can add something totally fresh to a beer. And we need more of those. We don't need more citras.
Beautiful coconut.
Yeah, exactly. I bloody
love it.
We've had a comment.
We've got a new hop coming through called Vista.
Ooh.
And we're looking at kind of melon and pear flavor. So moving away a bit from the like heavy citrus. So that's going to be a really interesting one. I'm really looking forward to that one.
Nice.
I think it's not going to be a hop that's used, as a single hop. I think it's going to need backing up with something. But for a hop to produce that sort of melon and pear flavor, that could be absolutely delicious.
So, sorry, what was the name of that? Vista.
Yes, Vista. Yeah.
Awesome. I'm listening out for that one.
We had a comment which I think is sort of concerning the soapiness, and people are saying they're getting that from a particular hop in Lagunitas. So I don't know what that would be.
I think that is Lagunitas is.
I'm guessing they're talking the IPA.
Yeah. Do you know? Well, that particular beer, since you can buy that sort of beer from the supermarket, and I'd say this with the best intentions. Beer needs keeping in a really cold, ideally, and you don't know how long sometimes it's been sat around, and that might be part of the problem with that particular beer. Before I dismissed it, I would probably go and drink it somewhere where I can drink it fresh.
Yeah, good shout. Definitely. I mean, supermarkets have got a lot to answer for with stuff like that. We don't know if it hasn't been kept cold the whole way.
Yeah.
So,
it's a game of two halves, isn't it? It's fantastic because they're pushing so many beers out that so many more people have got access to. But perhaps the storage conditions aren't as good as your local bottle shop, for example.
Got a specific Malt Miller question here from Paul, who says, saw some used refurb glycol chillers on the website the other day. Is that a one-off, or is that something you're considering trade-ins of equipment?
Do you know, this has always been an idea of mine that we did have a second-hand section on the website. I just don't know how I'm going to manage it, in as much as, you know, everything's got to be tested before it goes out, and then what warranty do you offer on it, and that sort of thing. Those, there was 2 of those glycol chillers, and yeah, they had an issue. They've gone back to France. They've been the company that make them fixed them and shipped them back over here, and we could sell them as such. So that's not something that's really happened too much here at the Malt Miller, but finding a way to do used equipment, I think, would be a really good option. And it's something that we have pondered on.
Yeah, it's hard to, like you say, it's hard to sort of certify stuff that you don't know its history.
Yeah, it is. I think actually you'd need a dedicated one dedicated person that actually it was their job just to take that on. And I guess we haven't done it because it's not been like really high up on the priority list. But yeah, no, it's something that we've always thought about.
Right, Rob, it's been an absolute pleasure having you on. Thank you so much for all your questions.
No worries.
We need to get charging.
Yeah, get on it.
Yeah,
that's going to be a big charge, isn't it?
So yeah,
glad you're on a G40, yeah.
If you haven't used Malt Miller, please do. They are absolutely amazing. They supply us with all of our stuff and have basically, through various phone calls, taught me to brew. So shout out to Reiki in particular. But yeah, thank you very much. And
no worries. Great seeing you.
Send you a bottle of what's behind.
Can I say, Rob?
Yes,
I know you distribute throughout Europe and stuff, but are there any other homebrew suppliers that are in the States or in the Orient or anywhere else that you would like recommend if people can't get your products?
The world's biggest is More Beer, and having spent some time with the owners, you know, they're massively passionate about the business, the customer service, and the product as well. So yeah, massive shout out to Ovind. I love that business. They're doing really well, and what they've done for the homebrew. They started in 1995. So what they've done for the homebrew community as a whole is absolutely outstanding. So yeah, a massive shout out to them.
Nice. Well, thanks so much, Rob. It's been an absolute pleasure, mate. We might be ringing you if something goes terribly wrong.
Yeah.
So, like, if you could just wait by your computer for that.
Yeah, I'll have my phone on.
All right, thanks a lot, man.
Nice one.
No worries. Cheers, guys.
See you soon.
We're out.
Bye.
There we go. So we're back on wide cam. We are about to do the sparge, which involves lifting up the grain basket. So I'm going to do that. I guess we'll go on to brew cam. Oh, it's bright on brew cam.
We need to change that.
It's bright on brew cam.
You're seeing the inner workings here. Yeah, that'll do.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Oh, it's so bright, Johnny.
Yeah.
We're having a rare, early, incredibly bright summer, sort of early summer's day. So we're just seeing white, Johnny. I think we might need to still sort this out, man.
I think we're on minimalizer.
Really? Can we stop it down? Is it on automatic, you say? That's your shadow that's making it look all right.
There we go. That'll do.
That's better.
That'll do. So yeah, so the next process for those that don't know is we'll be adding more liquor to splash through and get the last of the sugar. So I need to add 12.87 litres of water at 75 degrees. 12.87. I've got 16.25.
So many numbers, Johnny. This is the thing about home brewing. It's all numbers, isn't it?
Just going to press go.
Go for it.
It is quite a mathematical process, home brewing.
Right.
What do you think of the beer?
This beer we're drinking?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Absolute juice bomb. It does taste like a Verdun beer, yeah, like you were saying.
It does. So their house yeast now other brewers can use. It's called the Verdun yeast. It's released via Lallement, who are also sponsoring this show along with the amazing Grainfather.
Didn't we use that in a recipe?
The Verdun yeast. Yeah, when we did our collab with Verdun.
Of course we did. Yeah,
And to be honest, when we do our collab with Cloudwater, which is the New England double IPA we're going to be doing, we'll probably use the Verdun yeast.
Nice. It is an absolute juicy banger, isn't it?
It's very juicy and it's dried, which makes it on a homebrew level so incredibly easy to use.
Nice. So you don't have to like make a starter out of it and do all that kind of jazz.
No, I mean, I'd probably recommend that you should.
Yeah.
But you don't necessarily have to make a starter. You could just dump it straight in. Whereas with the liquid yeast, maybe you should do a starter.
Right.
So yeah, dried yeast you don't really need to. But the thing is, when you're making a big beer, so our beer is going to be about 8%. You'll probably want to make a starter just to ensure your yeast is super viable and ready.
Yes.
Ready and raring.
To go. So all the little guys are swimming about and kicking about doing.
Well, not so much swimming. You know, they weren't even born. You know, if you don't do a starter.
Exactly. Exactly. Numbers. So many numbers, Johnny. Homebrewing. It's a game of numbers, isn't it, mate?
Should we see if there's any comments, any questions, anything worth flashing?
Yes. So, is Rob finding people are moving to dried yeast and away from the wet vials? It's a bit late to ask Rob now, sadly.
Sorry, we cut him off. Yeah, I don't know whether they are, but probably on a homebrew level they should.
Oh man, we've had a lot of questions for Rob coming in at the last minute. When is Malt Miller coming to New Zealand? Any ambitions to expand overseas? I'm guessing that might be a little bit far, seeing as it's literally the other side of the world. But who knows? They're pretty ambitious guys, Reiki and Rob and everyone. Maybe that's something they're thinking about in the future.
Dude, I'm getting really warm in the sun here.
Are you?
Yeah.
Can you get a tan?
Well, no, it's straight on my back.
All right. Getting a bit of... Oh, yeah. It is so bright in the Brudio right now that the cameras are even struggling. But look at that. It's glorious, glorious. So we're having some Sabro love in here. Killian G from our Discord forum has said, Sabro is the hop for me. We've had Ben, Filmbusters Ben, saying Sabro is the Keith Lemon of hops. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
No idea.
Keith Lemons can be annoying to some people.
Maybe that's what they're saying. He's divisive.
Divisive. Yeah, he's divisive. Yeah. That's it, isn't it? Right. Yeah. Fair point. Fair point, Ben. So someone, interestingly, Cheshire Homebrew has brewed a raw beer, and the jury is out as far as he's concerned.
On whether it was tasty or not.
Yeah,
right.
whether it's beer. Maybe it wasn't a very beery experience. I'm not sure I've ever had a raw beer, Johnny.
Well, we'll have to get you one.
Yeah.
We'll have to get you one. Right, there we go. 12 litres are in, mate.
Nice.
I've been working hard.
Working hard for the money.
Hardly working. All right. Right. I'm just going to move this back behind you.
Go for it.
Bear with me.
Boiling hot liquids. Nothing could go wrong.
Well, no, that's nearly empty now, so
okay.
Don't worry about it. Right, so we're just going to wait for that to all filter through, and then the boil will start. I
Nice.
don't know why I've gone for this French accent.
This is quite a good little question, Johnny.
Oh, here's that.
What's your go-to yeast for brewing English cask-style ales? Also, when you brew them, do you condition warm with sugar, etc., or condition cold under pressure?
Right, let's take this one by one. Right, what's your go-to yeast for English cask ale? WLP012, which is a British cask. It's a British bitter yeast, but it has a nice oaky dryness. It ferments pretty dry, and it has a bit of character to it.
What's it called again?
WLP012.
You're like the Rain Man of sort of home brewing numbers.
I know the yeasts that I like. I
Yeah.
wouldn't know what WLP011 is, for example.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
So yeah, and that's the yeast. It's in 5 points, and it's a great fucking yeast.
Nice.
So that's the yeast that it's what I use for the porter and what I use for the 5 points bitter. Also, when you brew them, do you condition warm with sugar etc. or cold under condition cold under pressure? I'd ferment them nice and warm to get as much ester as I can. You want some fruitiness from those beers, so I'd ferment those probably at about 21. I wouldn't do it under pressure like British yeast. Generally, they're bred and always have been done open fermented, so all the headspace you could possibly expect, which can encourage more fruity esters. So yeah, absolutely warm. As much headspace as you can give them. And then there's a couple of ways to get cask conditioning. The absolute best way to do it is a couple of points before final gravity, crash it right down, put it into the package you're going to, then let it warm up again, and the yeast will finish off the fermentation process and create natural sparkling. That's a great way of doing it if you trust, if you've got one of these, mayhaps.
Oh,
If
nice.
it's good, we haven't tried it yet. That's a great way of doing it. If you're not so certain about your final gravities, if it's the first time you brewed it, so you don't know quite what your final gravity is going to be, if the brew day was a bit chaotic, you weren't entirely sure what your FG is going to be, then wait until the FG is completely stable for 3 days, then cold crash it, filter it out, and then package it with a bit of sugar and do that under pressure.
Nice. That's a very comprehensive answer there, Johnny.
That answered everything.
You did, man. Excellent. What else have we got? We got lots of.
What does Frank say? I have an 8% with USO5 and it's been fermenting for 2 weeks. I've never had a liquid yeast take this long. USO5 pretty famous, I think, for it can take a little while to kick off and it can take a little while to finish. It probably means you've underpitched it. Depending on where you're at, you could just pitch a fresh vial, maybe make a little starter with 1 pack, pitch it in, check your temperatures. You know, if you're dropping below 18, it's going to struggle. Maybe kick up the temperature a bit, give it a chance to go. But yeah, I mean, a fresh liquid yeast is always going to be the best thing. But the problem with liquid yeast is you never know how fresh it is. So that's why dried is so helpful. Dried is pretty predictable once you know how to use it. So yeah, bump up the temperature or pitch a little vial in.
Nice. We're getting some top of the hops sort of suggestions here.
Pineapple and coconut vibes. Amazing.
Nice. Yeah, sort of tropical, liking that.
There we go. Oh, we're nearly done dripping.
Oh, if the dripping is slowing down, isn't it?
How much have we got in there?
Okay. So this is a suggestion for Rob about the used and reconditioned stuff.
Yep.
Set up an eBay channel.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it doesn't get around the guarantees. I guess
no,
there are no guarantees on eBay.
No, that's true.
It could be a very bad sales line.
Come and kick the wheels of the glycol chillers. They do have wheels, don't they? Some of them. Ours has got wheels.
Ours has got wheels. Yeah.
It's like second-hand car trading, I guess. You never know exactly what you're going to get.
All right. Should we flick forward a bit? Flick forward.
Go on, go for it.
Go. Any questions that we see? No, we're up to date. There we go. Next trip, guys. Where are we headed, Brad?
I mean, I'd love to go to America. Now I'm really regretting not talking to Virginia for beer lovers last night at the Brew London event I was at. I was thinking I did that last year and didn't get us anywhere. But I don't know. I'd love to go to the States again. I've been eyeing up some cheap flights. There are a lot of way less cheap flights around these days, Johnny.
Way less.
Yeah.
Well, they've had a tough time, airlines.
They have.
It's probably for the best, really.
I found some. I think there were £250 returns to Florida.
What, Tampa?
Orlando. But we could drive somewhere good.
You could drive.
Sorry, Orlando. Yeah, I was like, oh, that's pretty tempting. You know, like I think that. You know what? Florida, where we went, St. Pete's and Clearwater's, unexpectedly amazing. I thought. It was amazing. Proper beer destination territory, man. Like that, you know, just being in those sort of tropical, almost Caribbean vibes, sort of surroundings, you know, with the sort of the temperatures and the kind of humidity and stuff. You know, we went to a place called Honeymoon Island, and we had
wrong people, with the wrong person.
I think it's pretty romantic.
I literally messaged in fact, she was my fiance at that point.
Yeah.
So yeah, and I was on Honeymoon Island with Brad.
Yeah.
Which probably pleases people in the forum, but
it's a different. We're in a sort of we're in our own little weird bubble.
It's a strange marriage we have.
Stuff like this, two hairy men exploring the planet, one honeymoon destination at a time. Where would you love to go, Johnny? Do you know what, man? I'd love to do a West Coast adventure, like a proper West Coast adventure.
Yeah, that would be cool. Because we did Russian River in San Francisco. Yeah. I'd love to do the whole thing. Go see Oregon. Yeah, you know, some amazing breweries up there, and go all the way to San Diego. And
I've got a friend that he's pretty big. He's a pretty big deal on Amtrak.
Yeah, he keeps saying this.
But he never comes. He never comes through. He told me to enter a competition. That was the last thing, and I was like, I thought we were beyond that.
Yeah, I thought we won the competition.
A competition?
Yeah.
It's like, we're bloody micro-influencers, mate. You could definitely afford an Amtrak ticket down the West Coast.
The problem is he said bloody micro-influencers.
Well, I didn't say micro-influencers. I said we're a pretty big deal, you know.
Hey, wait, we've got a great one. We've got a great one here. What should Ben drink next? This could become a theme. Well, what did you drink before? If it was remotely large, go peach Melba sour, then go steady.
Ooh.
That's what I'd say.
I like this game, Ben. It's like sort of
it's
Russian.
A good game. Let's all plan Ben's night, and by default his partners as well. What was I going to say? So we're coming up to the boil, so I'm going to remove this mash thing in a second.
Well, I can see we've got Sam waiting for us.
Sam is here. So yeah. So what I'm probably going to do, I'm going to remove this.
Yes.
Sam, you're going to have to give us 1 second. I'm going to remove this, get this out of the way, toss in our first load of hops. Could you weigh out the Cascade, Bradley?
Yes. How much am I looking for, sir?
You need 28 grams of Cascade from that fridge. And then we will get Sam on as soon as we've added the first set of hop additions.
So I'll take it I'm cracking this new packet of Cascade?
New packet of Cascade.
28 grams. Where are the scissors, my guy?
I
had them
probably
earlier.
threw them in the sanitizer ready for
Oh,
use.
nice. Oh, no, they're on the floor. There you go.
Oh, there. I didn't
Nice.
throw them in the sanitizer.
Nice.
They're a bit stiff.
Right. We're zeroed. Cool.
Oh, wait, it's just a tear and share. Come on.
Oh, I don't know about this sort of stuff. Look at this. Beautiful. Beautiful from the Malt Miller. Oh, you can't see it because it's too bright. It's too bright in here.
This is not an issue I expected to contend with in May in the UK. But yeah, so 28 grams from
28
there.
grams, yep.
We'll toss that in as soon as we hit the boil. Actually, to be honest, I'll throw it in before the boil because there's no real issue of over-isomerization. Oh, why are you kicking off again? There's only about a litre in you. Adding it before it starts to boil reduces the chance of boilovers, just in case you're wondering why we might do that. So it is kind of good to do that before it all kicks off. Right.
Nice.
Switch cameras. How bright is it? Oh, it's all right. It's all right. So these are our hops. Way.
Nice. Look at those.
That looks nice in the sun.
28 grams.
28 grams of beautiful American Cascade. In.
All right.
There we go.
Hop additions are always, they're satisfying, but they're so quick, aren't they? To sort of go in.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know, it's like, what's a treat that's just one mouthful?
Like a Lindor ball.
A Lindor ball.
Like they're just like
you'd find it.
The most incredible little morsel of joy, but it's sort of over too fast. It's over way too fast. So that's hop additions for me.
There we go. Right. So now we're going to be joined by Sam from Grainfather. So if you have specific Grainfather questions, please do get them ready. But also, if there was a homebrew question that you reckon Sam could answer that you wanted to get to Rob that either we were too slow to get to or that has only just occurred to you, please do hit us up with that, and we will question that. Somebody saying too late hops in. Brett, good shout out. Brett, good shout out with the pre-boil. Sometimes you read a comment and have no idea what's happening. But apologies if we were too quick. Yeah. Right, let's get Sam on and get your questions ready. Sam, hello.
Hey, how you going?
Yeah, good. How are you?
Yeah, pretty good actually.
Awesome. Where are you dialing in from?
I'm dialing in from Auckland, New Zealand, where it's currently 5 a.m.
Wow.
Brilliant time of morning.
So we're on Sunday on your time, right?
Yeah.
Well, happy Sunday morning, Sam. You're welcome.
Thank you.
No lie-in for you today, Sam. Sorry about that.
You look incredibly fresh. Have you stayed up all night ready?
No. Certainly not.
So tell us your role at Grainfather and what you do.
So I am the technical brewing and distilling manager for Grainfather, which pretty much means I have hands in everything. I act as the sort of brewing and distilling knowledge hub for all the different departments. So I touch bases with marketing, customer service, our engineers, purchasing and that sort of thing to make sure that they have the knowledge ready to sort of make good decisions. And that's pretty much it in a nutshell. But on my background, I guess, discovered homebrewing when I was in my last year of my undergrad in chemistry. Loved it straight away. Worked on it while I was working in new product development for medical, veterinary, and cosmetic products. Soon had my Cicero and my BJCP judging. Had done a diploma in brewing technology out of Siebel, and eventually found my way into Grainfather. So, yeah.
Amazing. So, I guess the first question I've got, we've got the questions starting to roll in, but so you guys released the G40. Gosh, when was it? Was it September, October last year?
Yeah, it would be about then. Yeah.
How's that launch been? How's it been received? Because it feels like, as much as I love the G30, a massive step up. Like so many amazing new features.
Yeah, it's been very well received so far. The changes have been sort of a welcome difference. Gave us a good platform to go up from the G30, but also gave us room to kind of see what we could do in a smaller unit with the same features as the G70.
So why'd you pick 40 litres? Because now I have 2 kegs of beer to drink, and it's becoming a real issue for me.
Too much beer, Johnny.
Too much beer.
Oh dear.
I never wanted to say it, but when you brew a pastry stout that's coming out, I think at least 11%. Now I'm starting to questioning our life choices.
Yeah, pretty much for that reason. As we all know, with brewing, it takes the same amount of time to brew 10 litres as it does 70 litres, 100 litres, 200 litres. The only real limitation is the time it takes to heat the water. So when we were looking at a 30 litre unit, we were like, well, it's kind of a little bit of an awkward number, because you can't quite get 2 corny kegs out, which is our standard that we're using in homebrewing. Whereas if we go with a 40 litre fermented batch volume, then we know that you can hit that 19 litres out if you choose to. You don't have to brew 40 litres out of it. You can brew a single 23 litre batch or a 10 litre batch or 35 if that's what your if that's what you need for your keg setup, or how many bottles you want to produce.
We've got a question about the G40 actually that's come in, which is actually a question I had when I first saw the question about the holes up the side, about getting it dripping through the actual grain. So it's still, you're getting the same efficiencies as a result.
Yeah. So what we were trying to do there was really limit the number of components that you're cleaning up. With the original G30, we really like the overflow pipework design, but it is 3 or 4 extra pieces that you're cleaning up during your brew day. We had a lot of people upending their grain baskets and losing either the overflow nut or the upper telescopic pipework into their compost or into their bin. So we started to think, well, what's some other ways that we can achieve those same efficiencies and just try and make things a little bit easier for users. So that's where we started to look at the perforated basket design, which acts in the same way, that you've got the grains sitting there. They provide a little bit of a slower path for the liquid, for the recirculating wort, and that allows that to then go out the side perforations and continue that recirculation, helping to keep a steady average temperature across the wort volume.
Okay, I've had no issues with efficiency from that sparge. It blows my mind that it still happens, but it does work. And I've never had a stuck sparge since either, which I did have once or twice with like really dense kind of mashes with the G30.
Yeah, the wider diameter helps a lot with that as well. Going with that, was it 520 millimeter diameter up from 300 from the G30. Just gives you a lot more of that wider platform and the shallower path length, so that you can. It makes it just the flow is a bit easier.
It speeds up your brew day, which is always nice.
I think the first time we brewed on it was so fast that we thought the bottom had fallen out of it.
I was going to say, I remember that we were brewing. We brewed, so we tested the G40 and the S40 at the same time. And on the G40, like Brad started his sparge because Brad isn't as experienced a homebrewer and just lifted it up. And I was like, it's okay. We got a couple of minutes before we need to start adding the water. And you were like, John, it's dry. I was like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing. It's definitely, for speeding up the process. It's an amazing upgrade over the G30.
Yeah,
it's very cool.
So we've got a question here from Randall, who asks, oh, no, sorry, not from Randall. I don't know what that's talking about, but it sounds like a good conversation. I love talking about West Coast. Okay, sorry. A question from Greg. He says, what do you think the trends of homebrew will be? Have you seen anything on your side?
In terms of styles, I think we're going to see a lot of the same. We're going to see a continued big love of hops. That's not going to change. We're getting lots of new hop varieties launched every year. Hazy beer is still hugely popular, and with the emerging styles of cold IPAs and that sort of thing, we're going to continue to see that big love of hoppy beer. In terms of equipment, everyone seems to just be really loving innovation at the moment. People want to see equipment that solves sort of problems that they never knew that they had until there's a solution for it, and they go, oh yeah, that is a pain. Why haven't I been able to not have to do that before? And I think that really gives people a bit of a wow factor that that's amazing. That's one more thing that I just don't have to do. One of those grimy things that I just don't have to do anymore as part of my brewing.
So the boil just gave out a massive whoop. I was like, what was that? I think it's just hit a proper rolling boil.
Certainly rolling, yeah.
So what problems do you think people don't realise that they have, that they're you guys are seeing solved or hoping to solve?
In the G40 specifically, or
I think just generally any kind of homebrew equipment.
Oh, I can't divulge my secrets too much. There might be other people listening that might, I think a huge one is around cleaning. It's a pain in the ass for everyone. None of us really like to spend a huge amount of time, but we all know and understand the sanitary cleanliness aspect as well as a little bit of the aesthetics of it. Having grimy equipment, may not necessarily produce bad beer, especially hot side, but it doesn't look the greatest. So I think that's still an area that a lot of people would like some better solutions for, especially just trying to save that time.
This is a full-on not personal question. A question that I've always wanted to ask is when it comes to cleaning the conicals like we have behind us here.
Yeah.
Do you have what's your sort of cleaning regimen, particularly when I've brewed a really hoppy beer?
Mm-hmm.
I've transferred the beer into keg. What's your process for getting those spent hops, yeast, all the crud that's left at the bottom, So at the moment, what I do is I put a big jug underneath, and then undo the G clamp and let it form.
Oh, yeah.
Which generally works. Although with the big, like the New England IPA we've got as our next collab, I don't think I've got a jug that will fit underneath to catch that, whatever it's going to be, like 20 gram per litre.
Yeah. So what I do is well, if I'm at home and I don't have my normal sink set up, I will then use a hose and tilt the conical on its side and spray out all of the hops into the garden and stuff. If I'm in the brewery, then I do that in our grease trap sink setup. Then I throw in a cap full of PBW or percarbonate based cleaner, fill that up with warm water right up to the point where you normally get that hop crud, the oxidized hop matter, any hop proteins and stuff form that ring where the krausen was. And I let that sit for about 5-10 minutes. And then what I do is I will then drain through the sample tap as well as the dump valve, and then just use a stiff dish brush and clean up that side all the way around as that water level drops. And I find that cleans the surfaces really well. And then when I drained all the water out, then I drop the tri-clamp. I fully disassemble the dual valve. I throw that all in a jug and then heat clean that with boiling water. And I just have that there, then hot, cleaned through everything. Once that water's cooled, I pour it off, reassemble, reattach, and then sanitize, and I store that then ready for my next fermentation. So that's kind of my process, and I've found that it's relatively quick. And I can, because I have to clean quite often. I'm cleaning at the moment 2 to 3 of them at a time.
Yeah.
So yeah, I need to process that.
Exactly. Have you, as Grainfather or anybody got a more CIP efficient system in work? Is that something that Grainfather are looking at, even if you can't give any details?
Yeah, we're definitely looking around fermentation side again. We're continuing to do R&D in most sectors. Yeah.
I can see your brain is full of stuff and you can't say it.
Yeah, pretty much.
This is a great question / statement from Ian Smith, which is something I've always wrestled with, which is would love to see something better than a balloon to solve suck back during cold crash. So, I mean, at the moment, what I do during cold crash, and if I'm adding hops, is I'll inject as much CO2 as the conicals can hold, which is only about 2 psi or something like that. Throw a load of CO2 in there, dump the hops, or throw a load of CO2 in there and leave it on, sucking in more as it cold crashes. But maybe not everybody, if you're bottling, you probably don't have a CO2 regulator and CO2 there. So have you guys got any ideas of how to fix that, or little tweaks you can do, or is that the best system?
Yeah, so I do similar to you. I throw the pressure transfer on there. I'll keep that high while I'm dumping hops. But then while I'm cold crashing, I actually turn it right down to the minimum. So about 0.4 psi, and then allow that for the cold crashing. Otherwise, what I had these big 3-4 liter cask wine bags, and I attach those to the airlock and do that.
Right.
And that then collects it and then allows it to then draw back in. But yeah,
I've got one right here.
Yep.
Totally use that.
Yeah. So that seems to work pretty well. You just got to make sure that it's not one of those like self-sealing faucets on the bag. So I ended up having that. So I ended up just drilling a hole through the tap in it and attaching it that way, and that seems to work really well. We're also getting, still getting a lot of questions around pressure fermentation. The research out there is still very much all over the place in terms of ester production, off flavors, everything like that. We definitely do see increases in speed, but from our experience and quite a bit of research out there, we're just a bit on the fence about it, but definitely still keeping an eye on pressure fermentation vessels, so that allows then for a drop in that as well, because you'll be able to cold crash and not have the drawback, because you'll be able to seal that unit and it will just remain contained, as well as the slow drop in temperature by dropping no more than about 3 degrees per day. You can also really limit that drawback in air, especially as you cross that threshold from about 12 degrees through to about 8 degrees. That's generally where you see the biggest drawback, because
interesting. Okay.
Yeah, below 10 degrees, the wort is starting to form that same sort of crystal structure that ice is forming. So it becomes a bit more compact, everything like that. So that's really when you start seeing that drawback in. So if you're slow over that period and allow that halt for 12, 24 hours to kind of allow it to form a little bit of an equilibrium, then you can get some CO2 evolution off the wort while you're cooling, and you can balance that drop in temperature. It is difficult to do, but it definitely allows a little bit of an easier solution. The hard part is playing.
If you don't have to play around with different things on the top of your fermenter, that's quite a neat little fix. If you can, once you're down to about 10, start to think about slowing down the crash.
Yeah, definitely. And then the other hard part with that is balancing that in with your dry hop schedule, because you think 3 degrees a day, you're looking sort of 5 days there to get it from 20 odd degrees.
Cool, good to know. And there's lots of tips in the comments if anybody's wondering. Different people talking about their different ways of doing this. I apologize to everybody that doesn't brew on Grainfather. There's some niche questions coming in, but this is it's the best homebrew equipment in the world, so there's lots of people using it. Quick one: alternatives to PBW.
So the Grainfather cold water cleaner is a percarbonate cleaner, just like the like PBW. And then quite a few of the homebrew stores buy percarbonate mixtures and package that up themselves. So that I think like Hauraki Homebrew do a set, and a couple of the others as well. I think even Keg King have a supply of a percarbonate base cleaner. So it's relatively easy to get your hands on a similar product here in New Zealand.
Right. And one more, any options for a replacement red brew tubing?
They're available through Grainfather customer service, so you can buy the inlet and outlet tubing for the counterflow chiller. Can't remember what the code is off the top of my head, but
but you can get in touch and get that sorted.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
cool.
No problems.
And then Grainfather guys at BrewCon in November said there was going to be a Wi-Fi converter for the G30. Is that still a plan? That's the first you're hearing of it.
No. Yes, there is something coming. I
Wait
was
till the last.
contemplating whether or not I'm allowed to say anything yet.
But
Rest
assured,
something should be here by the end of the year.
There we go. There we go. Cool. Well, guys, if you've got any more general homebrew questions, if you've got any questions about beer, I'd love to hear what's the most recent thing that you've brewed that's excited you. Do you get to do much homebrewing at home, or are you sort of like getting home and being like, that's the last thing I want to think about?
No, I still like to homebrew at home. At the moment, my home isn't set up for homebrewing, so I am saving it mostly for in the office. But hopefully that'll change. Yes, you can purchase a new power cord. Same thing, just get in contact with Grainfather customer service. Power cords are easy. But let's see. I've been playing around. I managed to get my hands on a whole bunch of 200-gram packets of BSG hops for pretty much all of the American varieties. So I've been doing a lot of pale ale trials, as well as just general playing around with hops, which has been really fun. Otherwise, it is coming into winter, so I do need to get a good stout underway.
What about an Imperial Porter, mate?
Yes, I probably should. Yeah, do the Imperium.
To be honest, Sam, I'm disappointed you're not brewing along with us. You would have
5 in the morning.
You would have had to start at like 3 in the morning or something. Yeah.
Yeah. Make my way to the office at 3 a.m. on a Saturday. Oh, no, Sunday morning. I'm sure security would be real happy with me.
Who's this guy?
Yeah, but I do need to get a dark mild on as well. It's one of my favorite just winter drinking beers. Love sitting on a 3.5% dark mild. Come home, you just had been a long day, and you can just have a nice malty dark mild. Any other weird experimental stuff I've been playing around with? I've been playing around with the Philly sour yeast recently. Right. And we're coming into winter now here, but we've had a whole lot of our summer harvest fruits come through. So I've been playing around with fruiting a lot of those Philly sour beers, which has been really nice. So I did a pink guava, strawberry and lime sour. I did a orange and mango version, which just went down an absolute treat on a hot summer's day.
Amazing. Yeah, delicious. Right, well, Sam, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for answering all of those questions. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you for the beautiful
I did see a couple of general homebrewing questions I can go back through.
Yeah, please do. If we missed one
earlier around the difference between cold IPA and an IPL. So this is again where the brewing world kind of just shoots itself in the foot by their naming conventions. So pretty much a cold IPA is typically, you would think of it as a adjunct lager kind of recipe. So a large proportion of them have a decent proportion of corn or rice, or some use oats or anything like that, but not in the style of a hazy. It's then dry hopped to a traditional sort of West Coast IPA style, and then it's fermented on lager yeast, but way higher than what you would normally consider a suitable temperature for a lager yeast. So the most common yeast used is the Fermentis W3470, and fermenting that at its typical range is about 8 to 12 off the top of my head, and you're typically fermenting this at around 18, 19 degrees, which, you know, most of us old school brewers are like, what? But it really promotes the ester character that you can get through, and helps to really get those biotransformations, and that's really where it differs. So there's a bit of a change in the grist, and then that yeast selection, but the way that you manage that yeast is more like an ale yeast rather than doing a IPA grist and recipe, but then fermenting that with a lager yeast at lager temperatures and potentially doing a lagering stage at the end of that. So it's confusing. I've taken to calling them ha beers as a little bit of a kickback, hoppy adjunct hybrid ale.
Right, yeah.
I feel that covers it a bit more than.
Yeah, it does feel like it's one of those beer styles that are sort of so labeled more for the brewers than for the drinkers. Really, it's.
Yeah, well, I don't even think it's necessarily for the brewers, because you've still got to know that no, it's not a cold IPA that you're fermenting cold. It's not even. Yeah, it's bizarre. Yeah.
Bizarre and ridiculous. Right. Well,
Yeah.
Sam, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much.
We are going to take a short break before we come back and do some hop additions and chat to Marcus of Weathered Souls. But if you do have more questions about Grainfather or for Grainfather, we will be collating them and we'll send them on. Or maybe someone in the comments can help with them. So do keep sending in your questions about Grainfather or about general homebrewing. And yeah, thank you so much, Sam.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me, guys.
Cheers, Evan.
All right, cheers.
Alrighty, guys, we're going to take a little break, a little comfort break, put some food in our mouths, pop to the loo. Our 3-hour boil is going. We'll see how far we go with that. But we'll be back in about 15, 20 minutes when we will be adding our Cascade hops and chatting to Marcus of Weathered Souls, who came up with the beautiful recipe that we're drinking. We've got more beers, more Q&As. Come up with your questions. I'd also love, in the little 20-minute break, if you want to tell us what your favorite beer is in the world. And homebrewers, what your favorite beer you've ever made is. We will be discussing both those topics when we come back, as we add the hops and asking indeed Marcus the same question. So we'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. everyone. Hello again. Sorry about that extended break. Brad's going to fix the light.
There we go.
There we go. Don't we look beautiful? We've just smashed a pizza, and now we're going to drink some Imperial Stout and undo all that good work. Hey! So this is actually the second Cloudwater beer I brought. We're not sponsored by Cloudwater, but we like them. The reason we're going to crack this is because it's got cacao nibs in it.
Beautiful.
Which is also going into our recipe. Well, it's not going into our recipe today. It's going into the recipe eventually, but not today. So this is a cacao nib Imperial Stout. Cacao nibs. What do you know about cacao nibs, Brad?
They're kind of chocolatey.
Kind of chocolatey.
They're not as chocolatey as refined chocolates, but still very tasty, Johnny. Quite moreish.
Come tell me what notes you get from this then.
Yeah.
Just had to empty your glass there. That's understandable.
The magic of television.
You ready? Is that what that is? The magic of television is pouring out Imperial Stouts around the back of my studio.
I don't know why I didn't do it out the window. I should have
that's what I did. Yeah.
It's probably because your gravel's like a light colour and I didn't want to... Although it was only... Yeah.
The lager would have been fine. That's what I did. We're not pouring this out onto my lovely gravel.
No.
Chocolate. Vanilla.
Chocolate, dark fruits.
Slightly green though. You can get a greenness from a cacao nib, which it's because it's not sweet at all. It's not refined. It's not condensed. It's kind of raw cacao, pretty much.
Yeah.
And that's what I kind of get.
I'm always getting like a banana-y estery thing. I don't know if that's...
Yeah, I don't think that is isomyl acetate. It's not actual banana kind of ester, but I think that's coming from the nibs. Or maybe from the combination of vanilla.
Maybe like overripeness of a banana, that kind of real like pungent kind of thing going on.
When you open up a really ripe banana. Right, I'm glad to see that lots of people have been chatting around about their favourite beers ever, and also their favourite homebrews. Somebody's got a pina colada dessert sour. Oh. Sounds delicious from Skygazer. I don't know Skygazer. Steady Rolling Man is one of the great core beers of the UK, if not the world. Love to hear some. So tell us about your favorite beer or favorite homebrew ever. I guess actually, it could also be your favorite homebrew you've ever tasted. It could have been made by someone else. To be fair, I'm not saying you have to have made it. No. What has been, Bradley, your favorite of our homebrews?
It was definitely the spiced pumpkin. No, it wasn't.
Of course it wasn't.
No, it wasn't. It's a very good question. I guess, the best bitter was pretty amazing.
It was the best.
It's kind of hard to top that. That was just super cool as a sort of event to have happened at that point in time.
You nearly said in history there.
I nearly did.
I'm going to take it. I think it was historical.
I knocked it down a notch because I didn't think it was that momentous.
I think it was.
It was quite momentous. Yeah, it was. We're in a time of isolation.
It was in between lockdowns, which is how we got to meet up and try it together. But it was still.
It's a rubbish time, man. It was a rubbish time for everyone. We were all in it together. It was equally rubbish for everyone, but it's easy for sort of loneliness to set in and stuff, and just a great lift, I thought, and I think that was a lot of the viewers at home thought the same. It was a nice little point.
It's one of my favorite moments in craft beer channel history was the comments on that video, because everybody. So when I was pouring that beer, and it was a complete experiment, I was pouring it on the cask, and I filmed it so that you couldn't see whether it was working out or not, whether the pour was going to be good. And the comments of people being like, that moment, like lots of people were like, I couldn't help but laugh, smile during that moment. It was special because, weirdly, I think we tapped into a lot of lives that were quite, if not terrible, just bored. And they wanted to see a win for somebody.
Yeah.
And that was a massive win. I couldn't believe that panned out, because that was the first, serious homebrew I'd done probably in about a year. I kind of left it behind because I was busy with work and stuff, and just never expected it to go that well. No. To have it happen in Vitop bags.
Yeah, it was amazing, and it tasted bloody spectacular as well, I thought.
Yeah. See, there you go. I still laugh at the 5 points videos and Johnny's expressions when he pulled the pints. Genuine expressions, no acting. Just could not believe that had panned out. Still one of my favorite videos we've made. There you go. Yeah. I honestly, Got to be honest, I sometimes rewatch that moment, and it always makes me smile.
Keeps you going.
Yeah, it does. Right, let's hear what some favorite beers are. Favorite beer is a peach pilsner made by Liquid Riot in Portland, Maine. Liquid Riot, we went there.
Portland, Maine, Liquid Riot. Yeah, we did go there.
That's where we.
Is that a pizza place?
No, it's where we met. Oh my god.
Yeah. On near the waterfront.
Beer,
in the evening with the lady. Yeah.
Oh my god, I can't believe I've forgotten her name.
She showed us around.
She showed us around. We went to a karaoke bar with us.
Liquid Riot.
Yes, that's where we met, and we had some lovely beer. Had a lovely. That was when Brute IPA was fashionable, early 2018. We had a Brute IPA there. It was very good beer, and they make their own spirits as well. Good brewery.
Yeah, Liquid Riot was a fun spot, wasn't it?
It was a good spot. Yeah. Favorite beer, Hotback Summer Lightning. Oh yeah, still a great cask beer. I love that beer. Drink a Jaipur clone. Yes.
Nice.
If you're going to clone something, go for that.
Drank some Jaipur last night. I did.
Kapow, Hackney Brewery are fantastic. Like they take that New England thing, but they go, no, we're going to dry it out and make it really drinkable.
Speaking to them last night, they're up for a collab.
Well, yeah, were they there? Yeah. Oh, good. Who were you speaking? John or Pete or?
I was speaking to
Cal.
Cal. Yeah.
Cal. Oh, cool.
Yeah.
We
not sure he can sign off a collab, but he was saying they'd be up for it.
So. If you missed the Malt Miller, you can watch all of this. As soon as we stop being live, the video will be processed by YouTube. Check for any swears or us using music we weren't supposed to, and then it will go live, and you can watch back and watch that interview. So don't worry if you've missed anything tonight. Well, let's not go back through that. Everyone was chatting away. That's wonderful. Vernon Pigs All Day, great beer. Saison du Pont.
Nice.
You can't say fairer than that. Oh, another Verdant one. Don't Tell Gus, another great beer. Funny story about Don't Tell Gus. So back when they released that, I was doing consultancy for them and doing their digital stuff. And they sent me the cans to take photos of. And they put a load of placeholder in. So there was a speech bubble with a pop art lady saying the hops. And they put a load of placeholder, like a load of random hops in there, and then forgotten to change it. So it was like a New England IPA with like Centennial, Chinook, Cascade, SARS, Fuggles. I can't remember what was on the original can, but it was all the wrong hops, which was a mistake, and it was printed, so they couldn't really do anything.
Marketing lols.
Ben, yes, Allagash White.
Nice.
That is the greatest core beer. That is the greatest core beer. I think that's the greatest core beer. You going to contradict me or no?
PU's pretty good. Is that a core beer? True. I mean, it's
the only. Well, it's not quite the only beer. It's pretty much
their only beer.
That's a absolutely amazing shout. Is that a beer?
2 fish suppers with salt and sauce. Wow.
I think that might be dinner.
I think that's a beer.
Interesting shout, Hobby Place. It's too dry to be a Helles. It's a delicious beer, but it's not a Helles.
It's pretty tasty.
And there you go. Yeah, lots of love for Verdant. Loose Cat. Oh, wait. Heavy Seas is the brew. Right. So the brewery where I grew up, just south of Oxford, a place called Abingdon, they have a brewery called Loose Cannon, who make very good cask ale, but I didn't know they had an IPA, and they don't, because that's a brewery from Baltimore, Maryland. But Loose Cannon is the name of the brewery where I was brought up, and they make great beer. Right. Well, these have all been wonderful answers. Not many homebrews. Not many homebrew answers. Here we go. American Amber with Simcoe. That's a recipe I'd brew. That's on point. I want to see that. If that's on the Grainfather app, send me it, because I'd brew an American Amber with Simcoe. Because Simcoe has the pine, the resin, can have juiciness, but it's also got that kind of caramel Werther's original thing. Some of it underneath, which we learned at Trogs and realised.
Nice.
Your hoopy beers? Most successful macchiato stout. Cold brew coffee and lactose. Yeah, that sounds delicious. Quite similar to the pastry stout.
That's
although it wasn't cold brew, it's just cold extracted. All of that went in. We got a cider maker, Catherine. That's wonderful. That's something I've been considering about, maybe for not this autumn, next autumn. I think even maybe Malt Miller sell. A cider press.
Sweet. Let's do it.
So we can make our own cider. We can.
There's
get
an
the
apple tree that grows over the back of my house.
No way. Do you know
Yeah.
the variety?
No, it's a wild apple tree.
Oh. Well, okay. Well, we'll put it online. We'll go like anybody able to diagnose
Yeah.
this apple.
Yeah.
One of our cider friends will be able to. Have we ever made pumpkin beer? Yes, we have, Kurosama.
We have. You can watch it. We
we-
made a Starbucks.
Starbucks pumpkin latte beer. So yeah, it was coffee, pureed pumpkin, cinnamon, nutmeg.
So much pureed
Is that
pumpkin.
I think that was it. Yeah, so we did make that, and there's a video on the channel, and it was pretty good. I think
Yeah.
I've got some bottles somewhere, but
I'm not a
in
fan of the
not
pumpkin
in the
beers,
brew.
but hey, it was an interesting one.
It was interesting to brew.
Yeah.
Pale Ale, Talus and Motueka. That's a
Nice,
little combo.
nice.
That's not one I've really thought about. Talus and Motueka. I could definitely work in a juicy pale ale. Actually, or even a West Coast pale, definitely. That's a great little hop combo. I'm impressed by that. I'm going to have a think about that. World-class beer. Maybe you can do it at home. That sounds delicious. Where'd you get the recipe from? Is that released? Because I think it's based on an old recipe, so maybe you use the original recipe, not the current one. I don't know. I'd love to know where you got that recipe. That's a great beer. Absolutely amazing beer. We've got a spammer. We've got some adult spam. Oh, I don't know how to get rid of it. Oh my goodness. Oh my lord. How do we block user? There we go. That's the one. There we go. They're gone. They're gone. Right. Well, so we were supposed to be joined 9 minutes ago by Marcus J. Baskerville of Weathered Souls, and he did email yesterday saying he was going to be there. So, Brad, can you take over while I just check my emails and check he's not having any technical difficulties?
Sure. Might have a little look at how the brew's going. Oh, it's quite dark now, Johnny. Just gonna adjust that a little bit. So we've still got a bit of a rolling boil going on here, going the other way. There we go. Lovely stuff. Some more.
You saw behind the veil there, didn't you?
Some more legs for you guys. Yeah, so we're just gonna see where Marcus is at. Hang on. That's not the right Marcus, right?
No, different Marcus.
Okay. There's a Marcus in the comments, but this doesn't help. Talus and Brew 1 Pale Ale is a cracker. Interesting. Thomas H says, I'm drinking a Nectarine Hop Bomb at the moment. It's the best beer ever. Interesting. I do like nectarines, so that sounds delicious. Johnny, this is a good one. Ever consider brewing an Arrow beer clone?
Oh my god.
We know that's one of your faves.
That's my favorite beer in the world. I wonder whether Chris, the guy there, would give me the recipe. What would actually be the biggest challenge would be getting the yeast, because it's his own house yeast. It would have to be some kind of combo. So Brewery St. Mars of the Desert up in Sheffield, their Easter beer is quite similar, and that was a co-pitch, I think, of Westmile yeast and something else. Maybe I could speak to them. If Chris wouldn't give me the yeast, I could speak to them about what the blend was. I'd love to do an Arrow beer clone. If I could have Arrow beer at home, we'd all be in trouble. I don't think the craft beer channel would really function.
Can get you work done.
Yeah, exactly. I think that would be it for us. Yeah, that would be the dream, to have an Arrow beer clone. I don't know if anybody's ever brewed like a Belgian triple. Well, start with Belgian triple. Has anybody brewed a Belgian triple? And then we'll try and work out where Arrow beer fits in that. But yeah, that would be an absolute dream. I'd love to do that. The person who asked it, have you ever done that? That's interesting. Or anything close, do let us know. Here we go. Schwarzbier with Perlo and Hallertau Mittelfru. Yes, nice. Schwarzbier. Yeah, we've never done a dark lager. We'll have to get around to that.
No, one day.
There's so much stuff we need to brew.
One day.
We should do a beer with Polish hops.
Interesting.
I've drunk bad Polish lager and great Polish craft beer. I don't know whether any of them have had
Polish hops.
Polish hops. I don't think I've ever used them.
What variety should we look out for as Polish hops? Oh,
Please tell us. Please tell us.
Octawia, is that the hop variety?
Octawia is the hop
That
variety.
is the hop variety, yeah.
Oh, look out for it. Maybe we should tell Rob to go get some Polish hops.
Yeah.
Imported. If you haven't heard of our beer, it's made by a brewery called De Dollar, which is a Belgian brewery. It's a Belgian strong, so think Duvel, but funky. Lots of funky yeast stuff going on. It's brewed to absurd IBUs. It's like 60, 70 IBU. So it's really bitter. I think it uses nugget, so an American hop. It's just a very unusual. De Dollar translates as the mad brewers. Brad's opening our book to try and find the picture of it.
It's in. It was.
If you
thingy, wasn't it?
It was at
Central, yeah.
Lowlander, yes, it'll be in the central section,
Heck, that is.
which is the first section, I think.
Was it? I started at the wrong end.
You started the
dear.
there is a contents page. You could just
This is a good book though. If anyone hasn't got
pretty
it.
good book,
It's all right.
book that we wrote all about it.
It's not bad.
Here we go. Here's a question. Been in your pajamas all day, but I think I'll go for some good beer at my local brewery. Any recommendations for a pizza Saturday night? What's going to be on your pizza? Kurosama, what's going to be on your pizza? Let us know what's on the pizza. We'll give you some beer matches for it. 100%. I saw a question about yeast. Where'd the yeast question go? Where'd the yeast question go? Oh, somebody's brewing a Belgian singles conditioning at the moment. Glad you mentioned some Mars of the Desert. Well, of course you must love them. You are from Sheffield. You're so spoilt in Sheffield. You've got Abbeydale, St Mars. You've got Thornbridge not far away. R.I.P. Callum Island, one of the pioneers of the scene, and decided to close this week, which is incredibly sad. There's the yeast question. Have you used the Burlington Ale yeast? No, I haven't used that one. Burlington Ale yeast. So is that the Vermont yeast? Is that the there you go.
This is actually my favourite page of the book. I love it. These
two
are
great beers,
photos.
two great colours together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lovely. I'm not sure if that comes out particularly great on camera. Can't get too close to it. But,
Wait, I'll make it less hot. Go in. Go
just,
now.
It's just super nice,
You'll
guys.
get true colours.
Super nice. It's beautiful. The Lowlander. Go to Lowlander. It's great.
I haven't used that yeast. I'm intrigued to know what yeast it specifically is. Is it the Vermont, what's the word? Conan yeast? Because obviously they're not far from Burlington over in The Alchemist. Or is it even, because the originator where John Kimmich, who founded The Alchemist, used to work, where he was sort of head brewer rather than the guy who owned it, and he worked under another guy called Greg. Was it that place? Because that is in Burlington. Let me know. I don't know the origins of that.
Johnny, do you want to have a Marcus check? Can you check?
Marcus check. I'll check on. There's no reply from Marcus.
Oh, damn.
We might have been stood up.
So Marcus is in
this
Texas.
Marcus is in Texas. Maybe there's been a mix-up with the time zones.
All my exes live in Texas. That's the only Texas song I can think of right now.
Is that all my exes live in Texas?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I know that, but I can't.
No, I'm not going to sing it. No. We'll get demonetized, Johnny, because my singing voice is so good.
It's so good.
It
did happen. I sung a phrase from Survivor by Destiny's Child, and we got demonetized for it.
Well, this is
as if I sound like
this is a
Beyonce.
3-hour plus live stream at this point. We don't want to get demonetized.
The Bull of Finch in Gypsy Hill has a homebrew kit. Produced a weird cask scale with yeast that allows cask to last for 2 weeks. What? So it just keeps on fermenting? I don't know.
Interesting.
Texas is currently at 1:15, 6 hours behind.
So like like lunchtime, 1:15.
Yeah.
Oh.
We've got two things happening here. One is he's going to turn up like literally right now and be like, I'm so sorry I'm late. Or he's going to turn up at 8 and be like, my bad.
Totally confused.
I got my timings wrong.
Yeah.
Either way, we can roll with it. We can roll with punches.
We're pretty good.
We've got some questions. Here we go. The Brie and walnut pizza. Oh my god. Brie and walnut. Maybe add some bacon or ham. Brie
and walnut pizza. Is that? Hang on. Are you ordering that from somewhere? Are you making that?
He's ordering it. He's going to.
Mate,
no. He didn't say that. He's going to the local brewery.
That is niche.
I think he's making pizza at home.
That is. I mean, that's pretty indulgent.
I'm trying to think. So Brie would immediately say sour beer because you've got rich creaminess.
Mm.
You want something to cut through that. but it's not mature, so you don't want something massive. So you want a kettle sour.
Oh,
Probably fruited. Walnut. It's nutty. It's earthy. So maybe we're talking a darker sour, not a bright, pale sour.
Mm.
We're going to add bacon or ham. So we're talking pork. We're talking sticky, sweetness. Salty.
Yeah, saltiness. Umami.
Right. I'd either go for a Flemish red. Just a Flemish red. You could add raspberries or cherry. There's a lot of Flemish reds with those fruits in. So maybe that Flemish red straight up.
So quite pokey then.
Quite pokey.
Yeah.
A bit of acetic character to cut right through all of that. Or I would go for a red IPA.
Right.
That's going to go really well with the bacon and or ham. I've said and or there, so you might be having bacon and ham.
What about a smoky beer? Which that'd be too crazy.
That could work. I think it will dominate the brie and the walnut, but it's going to work with the bacon and or ham.
Interesting. These are wild pizza toppings. Is it still on a tomato base, or is this like a white pizza?
Okay, we're going deep. Is it on a tomato base? Keep us updated.
We're stalling for time, Johnny. we can indulge.
There you go. We've got everybody's interested in the pizza now.
Yeah. Walnuts look like brains, don't they? And they're very good for your brains.
Is that right?
Yeah.
They look a bit like brains. I've never heard that they're good for brains.
Yeah.
Maybe we should.
Things that look like things are good for the things that they look like. That's not true.
I'm not sure that's true. I think that's very bad science. Greg Ward is doing a road trip from Essex to Barron Brewing. Boom, boom.
Cool.
Crossover blendery. Any suggestions of breweries in and around that area to add to the list?
Yeah, Johnny's Garden.
Maybe. What I would say is that Brew Point in Bedford, so further along, so I mean a good 40 minutes from Crossover, but they make fantastic beer. So they're owned by Charles Wells. I think they're the rebranding of Charles Wells, but they've got some pubs where I live, and the beer is fucking excellent. It's an ex brewer from Camden is now brewing. He's now the head brewer across Brew Point. But so you think it's going to be big macro nonsense, and it is all like it's very stylistically, it's very middle of the road, but it's exceptionally well made.
Nice.
And my local now serves it all, and it's very good because they also make great pizza. No walnut and brie.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Never say never.
But yeah, great beer coming from them. How's the beer doing? It looks the same, really, doesn't it?
It's dark. There's less of it where it's evaporating.
Yeah. How much have we got left? So we boiled off just under 2 liters in an hour and a quarter. So the beer's doing fine. I'm going to actually whack up the ISO one more. I'm stalling, Bradley. I'm stalling for time here. Where's Marcus?
Where are you, Marcus?
What else have we got in the questions?
Cheeky Creek. I quite like that. That's
Cheeky
a good
Creek.
idea.
Cheeky Creek.
Could work with that pizza. If it doesn't, oh yeah, okay.
Have you had any more since that initial one?
No.
Has it sunk yet?
No, it hasn't sunk yet.
Brad's bought a boat, by the way. So anybody who doesn't listen to our podcast,
it's not really a boat. It's more of a dinghy.
If it floats, it's a boat.
It's a tender. I'm saving up for a proper boat. No, I'm not. They're too expensive.
You're doing a very bad job of saving up for it if you're buying other boats in the meantime.
That's the one. I told you the story, Johnny. I will go into it now. But I bought this boat for £100 English from a man I suspect is a sort of sea gypsy. He was really nice.
So you said that in the podcast. What do you mean by a sea gypsy?
Well, he told me that I was asking him about boats and stuff.
Yeah.
And he was like, "Oh, they've told me I need to clear out all of my little boats." I was like, "Okay, well, you got lots." He's like, "Yeah, I've got lots of little boats. So I'm only allowed one where I'm moor." And I was like, "Oh, you've got a boat then?" He's like, "Yeah. Recently, I've just there was a big storm in the Medway, right? Or like the sort of Thames estuary. No, it was the Medway. It was the estuary of the Medway, right? So his yacht club. He wasn't posh. He turned up in a white van.
You should say a white suit. Wasn't posh. Turned up in a white suit.
He wasn't Colonel Sanders. No. He was not posh by any means. He was kind of a punky sort of dude. And he was like, "Oh, there was a big storm recently, and I've just salvaged this boat I found at sea." So I found it at sea because maritime law, like anything floating that's in like whatever waters, you can go and grab it and bring it back and save it. So it had been cast asunder from its mooring, and him and his friends brought it back in.
Dodgy maritime law.
Yeah. No, this is legit like maritime law, man.
No, it's not.
It is. It bloody is. So anyway, this man had got a boat. He'd salvaged a boat that was floating unattended, and he brought it back, and he was doing it up. But yeah, he sold me this little orange boat for £100, which I've been sort of fixing up and put some grip tape down on the floor, Johnny, so I don't fall over. It's preposterously small, and when I was going up and down the canals,
Don't you have a photo we can bring up?
Yeah, but I feel like it's not going to focus on the.
Well, no, wait. I
screen.
think I can. I think I can. If I go to this section, I can upload. I can upload photos somewhere. Somewhere I can. Oh, yeah. Email it to me.
Okay.
I think people need to see this boat.
Okay.
This is
Me
gonna happen.
in the boat?
Yeah, definitely you in the
Okay,
boat.
me in the boat. All
Oh,
right.
have you just got sexy shots of the boat?
No, I mean, wouldn't say sexy, just shots of the boat.
Right.
Let me here we go. I can airdrop it.
Just email.
WhatsApp, is that any?
Yeah. WhatsApp will work. Yeah, they're getting another view behind the veil here as we try to make this work.
Did that come through?
I'm still loading WhatsApp, mate.
Oh,
There we go. Yeah, it's there. Oh, it's there.
nice.
Let's get that downloaded. I don't want to reply. I want to download it.
Download it.
There we go. Download, right? Then add overlay.
Nice.
This better be worth
Are you
it.
setting it as a background for the whole live stream now?
Oh no, I'm setting it as a foreground for the rest of the day. Okay, we ready for this, people? This is Brad. What's the boat's name?
Half pint.
Half Pint.
Come on. I could just see a bit of your head in the corner. How strange. Oh, and I could be in it as well. There we go. Half pint.
Oh wait, I got the wrong way.
Half pint. Yeah. So that's Idiot Brad. It's the smallest possible boat.
So wait. You and your girlfriend. Right?
Yeah.
And you
There's-
still say it's unsinkable.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about with two fully grown adults and an electric.
Oh, the caveats
outboard.
begin. The caveats begin.
You know, I didn't sink it, but I was hoping, right, that this summer, I was hoping that I'd have it on the top of my car, and I might go down to Salcombe. Have you ever been to Salcombe, Johnny?
Salcombe, yeah.
Salcombe.
Salcombe.
Whatever. I'm from wherever, so I can call it Salcombe. Salcombe Bay is very, very flat, isn't it? And I was hoping to just sort of race it around all the little coves. When I say race, I mean like going about three knots an hour.
Well, I mean, you'd do well to do 3 knots in that, wouldn't you?
No, I'd it up to a fair old whack
Oh my god, that's
with the electric outboard. Well, it's a trolling motor for anyone that cares.
Eric, drink it. If you've got time to sit down and enjoy that beer, drink it now. It is an incredible beer. We watched it being brewed. It was incredible to watch it brew. It's an incredible company. We should all love them. They are amazing. They're deserving of all the hype that they get. Drink the Luscious.
Do it.
And let us know what you think of it.
Don't wait on it.
Yeah. Brad the Privateer. So, sorry. So, where you haven't been anywhere since on that? Well, because you're here the next week.
Yeah. No, I was hoping that I might sort of join up forces with a pirate crew, just kicking about somewhere.
But there were no other pirates.
No, there's no other pirate. You know what? There were around Hackney Wick. There are some sort of pirate characters.
What's a pirate character?
Well, you know, sort of people that live alternate lifestyles, Johnny. And
Is that all it takes to be a pirate?
It's just like an outlook on life, isn't it? I think.
Being a pirate.
Yeah, pirate life. Yeah.
Well, we're all learning stuff here, folks.
Mm-hmm.
So just being alternative is pirating.
I know. I don't know.
I think you've got to take shit from people to be a pirate.
Maybe. Well, do you? If you're like
if you
a
met
sensitive
a pirate,
pirate,
you would no longer own half pint.
maybe if you're maybe I'm not sure they want to take it because it's pretty crap.
It's possible. Well, I don't know. I mean, let's have another look.
It's very slow, John.
I think it's beautiful for what it is. It's small, even smaller than I thought it was going to be.
It's basically like a bathtub.
Yeah, it is. It's a floating bar. Yeah.
But like, yeah, me and my girlfriend were in it, pootling around. We ordered some beers from a big barge. It was it was a pirate barge. Yeah, that was a pirate barge. And we got admiring glances.
Of course you did.
We got some laughs, which at the time I was like, oh, they love it. But like when my girlfriend got out and took a video of me going around in it, I thought I looked absolutely ridiculous. I looked like a sort of grown man on a tiny little bicycle.
What do you reckon? Grown man on a tiny bicycle?
Yeah, or super cool.
Or ocean pirate, canal pirate.
Yeah, canal pirate, right?
Yeah.
Votes on a postcard.
Votes on a postcard.
Yeah.
Well, votes in the comments.
Votes in the comments.
I think we're going to get a lot of people saying canal pirate. Swallows and Amazons. That's a great reference.
Yeah,
I really appreciate it.
Nice.
Wonderful, wonderful thing.
I've always liked boats, and I thought £100 I can have boat life. People, I don't know if they already know, I've already got inflatable canoes.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
I've been trying to make us do a inflatable canoe trip of, what does that say?
Check out this reference. That's from so long ago on Friday 5 p.m.
Oh, nice.
You know, when we were planning the best bar in the world and you decided it would be like on an aircraft carrier in between the Alchemist and Pilsner Urquell.
Yes.
I don't think we'd make it to the middle of the Atlantic in half time.
My leisure battery would only get
I'm not sure we'd make it to the sea.
No. It is a sea-going vessel, supposedly.
No, it's a harbour-going vessel.
That's a sea. That's still the sea.
I'm not sure
Maybe
it is.
not.
It's not the open sea.
Yeah.
You're talking to a boatsman.
I'm a boatsman. He's got a boat. I've got a boat. I've got a fleet. I've got several boats.
You've got 2 inflatable canoes and a bathtub
that you know of.
Oh, right. Twist.
Yeah, I've got that serious ball of money. I've got a super yacht.
Needs a CBC flag on it. You're correct,
MSR.
No,
you didn't know I was an oligarch, did you? That's
are you being censored by the UK government right now?
Fuckers, man.
That explains some things.
Fuckers. They're stopping me, shutting me down systematically.
You can't leave the canals.
I can't leave the canals. No. I had to find a safe harbour to put a half pint because they're trying to strip me of my assets, Johnny. They're trying to take half pint.
You know, it's taken 3 hours and 20, but we're finally well and truly off topic. And Marcus still isn't here. Marcus! Was it already called Half Pint, or did you name it Half Pint?
Of course, it wasn't called Half Pint. That's my doing.
Did it have a name before, or it wasn't deserving of one?
No,
it's just the tender.
The sea pirate, the sea gypsy man. He was like discarding it. He was like, "Oh, you can have it for 100 quid." I beat him. I think it was 150 quid, and I offered him 100 quid, and he just straight away accept. And he drove it to me
because it had a hole in it
from the Medway.
Grey Wolf asks, is King Julius your favourite New England IPA? No, we had a very bad experience with King Julius.
Yeah, we did. It
was oxidized to fuck when we tried it. So I don't know if that's a reference to that. If so, good reference. If not, it could have been, you know?
Well, like,
we've heard so many great things.
Everyone says it's amazing, but we queued up for like 3 hours and were hugely disappointed.
But the other beers we got were fantastic.
Oh, yeah, amazing.
Lynn, best brewery tap. Best brewery tap.
What's the metric? What are we sort of saying makes a good tap? That's the thing, right?
Well, there you go. What makes a great tap for you?
I mean, I'm a man that's driven by how stuff looks and experiential sort of stuff. So I like a beautiful tap room. I like in the UK, Daya is beautiful. Track was beautiful. Beers are absolutely banging as well, obviously. But then you've got like smaller places that are more hickledy-pickledy, or they've got more sort of age to them, and they've got that sort of oldie-worldy charm. Like I quite like the look of Duration. What's going on there?
That's going to be a beautiful tap room for sure.
Not been there though.
They will be crowdfunding soon to fund that, but it's a 16th century Grade 2 listed barn, 16th century barn on a 10th century priory site. So the ruins are actually 10th century. That's going to be amazing. If I had to pick one place to drink beer at a brewery, it would probably be Little Earth Project.
Yeah, okay. Is it a tap room as such?
Well, no, it's a pub that has a brewery. It's a brew pub, I guess.
It's a brew pub.
It's a brew pub.
So really, it's not answering the question there, Johnny. Just diverting, aren't you?
Okay, well then I'd probably.
But it's bloody a fantastic place.
I'd probably say Track.
Track's pretty good, eh?
Do you know the other thing? Sadly, not anymore. What I'd like to do is time travel. I'd like to go back to 2015 and drink at the Camden tap room.
Well, we did that in 2015.
We did, because I used to live around the corner. That was my favourite place to drink on earth. And then they sold out, which was terrible. But more terribly, they then completely revamped it, and it sucks.
Mm.
The beer's still good, but you should drink independently.
Yeah, I got fond memories of that tap room. It was pretty cool, wasn't it?
Many happy days. Somebody says, are you going to Brew London? Bradley's already been.
I was there, mate, already. Skip Bayless. Are you going there today then? I'm presuming. I think it's only on today and yesterday.
Is it on Sunday?
I don't think so. I don't think so. If you're going, have a great time. Some good beers. I'd recommend drinking some of that Ansbach Hop Day, not Hop Day, black.
Philosophy there from Ben Dawson.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
Where were we? Do we like Italian beers? If so, which? There's lots of wonderful Italian beer.
You quite liked beer Moretti, didn't you, in your lager test?
That did all right in the blind taste test. Yeah, I was thinking Lover Beer makes some of the best wild ales in the world. In the world. Tipo Pils from Birrificio Italiano is still absolutely world class. I love that beer. What else have I had that's Italian of late? Not a lot. Lambretti. And then there's the one that sold partly to Duvel that used to make great beer. They had an American pale ale called Reale, which I haven't tried in a long time. So it's been a while since I've investigated the Italian scene. Maybe I'll try it again.
That'd be quite a nice place to have a road trip, wouldn't it, around Italy?
Yeah, it would be a lovely place to go and try and drink some beer. I got food poisoning from, oh my God, what's the one of the original Italian breweries?
Oh dear.
Baladin. Went to a Baladin tap room in, not Genoa, somewhere in the northwest, and got food poisoning. Not from the beer, but from the food. And I was on a cycle trip, so that was tough.
Unpleasant.
That was tough. Now we've got some Trillium versus Treehouse beef in the comments. What I would say is that they both make absolutely fantastic beer. Obviously, both best enjoyed fresh, because they're New England stuff. What I would say is that Treehouse are much, much better at other styles than New England IPA than Trillium are, in my experience. I've had some truly woeful Trillium, Kolsch, Pilsner, stouts, just bad stuff. Whereas Treehouse, everything I've had from them has been great, apart from the oxidized King Julius, which, when you queued for 3 hours at the brewery, was pretty brutal. Is there a trip to Northeast Breweries on the cards? I'd love to say there was. There aren't plans, but we have neglected essentially the north of England, certainly beyond Manchester, for a long time.
I'd like to do a bit of Birmingham and...
Well, it's not Northeast, but yes.
No, I know.
It's
just the Midlands, isn't it? But,
yeah, I think sometimes we either see super local or go super far. And forget what's a couple of hours drive.
We, like during the pandemic and stuff, we did, obviously, with Keep Cask Alive, we did get up to the north a fair bit. But there's obviously so many stories to tell.
When we do have some stories to tell, we are working on series 2 of Keep Cask Ale Alive, which will involve some trips to all kinds of different places in the UK. Speaking of which, what's your favourite bitter, Bradley?
Favourite bitter I've ever had? That's a hard one. I am partial to the 5 Points best bitter, which maybe that's a lame answer. I don't know. It's quite a newfangled one.
No, it's a very traditional recipe.
Yeah.
I'd say it's that or Harvey's Best.
Best is pretty good,
and Harvey's Best is a pretty unusual recipe in that you'll get lots of unusual flavors. But I just love the bready doughiness, the hedgerow fruitiness, the rich amber quality of it. I think it's world class and it's entirely unusual. That's what I love about it.
You went to Harvey's, didn't you? And they did the sort of like ritual stuff, which was not real, right? Was that right?
The what? The rituals?
But weren't they like sort of pretending they had stuff that was happening that wasn't happening? Have I totally got that wrong?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm trying to remember. When they like blowing horns and sort of when they like big brass things that they were sort of saying they used and they didn't use? Maybe that's something else.
It's not that, but I'm trying to think what you're thinking of. Big brass horns.
I don't know. I can't remember. It was something like or shouting or something. It was They were sort of like making out like it was really manual on it, and it wasn't. I can't remember. I'm
no
besmirching
idea
the
what
good
you're
name
talking
of
about.
Harvey's.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that part of the world. Around Lewis Way is pretty cool. Now you've got Beak there as well, so you can have sort of ultra traditional stuff in Harvey's, and then if you're on a bicycle or in a car or whatever, you can go out to Beak very, very close by, and
You can.
drink something totally different. So it's great.
Where are we? Oh, that's still too hot. We'll wait for a sec. No, Harvey's very legit. Still, I mean, they have a mix of modern and old stuff, but still very traditional brewery. Still open fermenting. They use all local hops, so it's all Kent and Sussex hops.
Yes.
Which is awesome to see. And what's really interesting is because most breweries when they're using hops, particularly modern hops, it'll be like the Cascade comes in. Well, I wish it was Cascade. The Citra comes in, and it's Citra, and it's in the Citra packet. Whereas at Harvey's, the actual variety isn't the most important thing. It's the farmer. So it'll be like, these are Farmer Haggis's hops, or these are Farmer Joe's hops. And he's like, the variety is not necessarily important. I just know that I use his hops every year, picked on this, in this ripeness, this day, whatever it is. So the variety is not important. It's just like, that's what goes into this beer. That's what goes into this beer. It's the same farmer, the same field. So he's sort of taking a real, I guess, like ignoring the variety and going, it's the field, the person that grew it, and when it was picked that matters, which is a nice, interesting approach.
Nice.
So yeah, Harvey's one of my favorites. 5 Points, one of my favorites. Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to change our minds maybe over the next year because we've got so many places we're going to go drinking delicious bitters as part of hopefully Series 2. There we go. Somebody's on my vibe. Any tips for brewing a good bitter? Yeast recommendation. Can it be good out of a keg? Yes, it can be good out of a keg. It will never be as good as out of a cask. But if you drink it bang fresh, you keep the carbonation really low, and ideally don't burst carb it because that can make slightly rougher kind of mouthfeel. Yes, it's worth doing. It just won't be quite as good. Yeast recommendations, it really depends what you're looking for. If you're looking for that 5 Points best kind of character, which is drier, slightly oaky, then definitely go for the WLP 012, which I mentioned. 013, I'm doubting myself now. One of the two. One of those guys. But I mean, there's fruitier yeasts if you want that kind of fruity character that you get, say, in Harvey's Ale. None of the names are springing out of me right now, but if you just go onto a homebrew forum and put fruity British yeast or something like that, it will definitely come up. Just look at the specs so that you don't end up with something too sweet or something like that. Do you know what? I've lost faith in Marcus. I don't think Marcus is coming.
He's not coming.
Something's happened. I'm just going to check.
This is live TV.
Still no email. This is it. At least we haven't done the thing where you're like they're freezing on the satellite phone.
I'll tell you what it is, mate. We're absolute consummate professionals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just had my phone out on live TV. What are you talking
It's
about?
all right. Well, it's because we haven't got a whole crew of people. There's only me and you.
On the plus side, it does mean that we've now done an hour and a half boil, whereas
Nice.
I thought we wouldn't be doing anywhere near that.
Nice.
So we are doing okay. I've just knocked over that.
Is it time
Still
to
good,
sort of wind the boil down? Maybe get a thing transfer at some point?
Get the beer transferred. We could. Well, so we're at 1080.
Right.
So we're doing all right numbers wise. 1080. So that's roughly 13, 14. 14. That's what we need to lose. It's too much. We don't want to lose a lot more. Okay, we're going to boil down for another. We're going to lose another 500 ml, half a litre, and then we're going to transfer. That's what we're going to do. And then we should land at about 1083-ish.
Nice.
So just shy, but I'm okay with that.
I'm cool with that.
Okay with that.
Thank you for sticking with us. Anybody who may have been here all afternoon. Very, very much appreciated.
Yeah, to those that are brewing, how's your brew day going? Are you hitting your numbers? Are you having fun? Are you drinking while you're doing it? Are you team hot side? That'd be good to know. Hopefully, there's more Team Hot Side. Hopefully.
I feel sober as a job, mate. Job, mate. I feel sober as a job.
Sober as a job. Here's to that. There's another t-shirt.
Let's drink to that.
We're drinking Imperial Stout, so you won't be for a long time. Right, where are we? Did we miss any questions? Oh, speaking of, have you ever had a brewery you would go back to because of you would? Had a brewery you would go back? I presume you mean wouldn't.
Wouldn't.
Because I mean, in terms of bad vibes we've had on the day, I can't think of one.
No, I can't think of one either. It's also like, you know, we as a channel, we don't really we're not hate mongers. We'd rather not say stuff about anyone.
I mean, I'll say something
bad, but I mean, yeah, you know, we don't. There are names that we don't need to name that we don't sort of approve, and we wouldn't drink their beers.
Why don't we name them?
Well, I don't want to name them. I don't like making enemies.
I'm naming them all the time on Twitter.
Yeah.
So.
Twitter's a viper pit, though. I'm not on the Twitter.
No, I don't think we've ever gone to a brewery and had such a bad vibe that we've said we'd never go back. I can't think of any examples of that.
I think, you know, anyone that's like owning, running, working at a brewery, it's pretty brutal, right? So you've got to love it. You've got to put your heart into it. And I think that means you're probably going to be a nice person, or someone that's, you know, got the best intentions, maybe. Or, you know, or at least when you've got a camera rolling on you, you're not going to
well, there's definitely that.
You know,
I think, maybe we get a different experience to just sort of a punter going in. But no, I don't think we've ever had experience going in and having bad vibes. We obviously know of terrible stories of breweries, you know, the classics like Founders, who are, I think, still problematic in terms of their racism. Breweries that have had bad reputations and are starting to try to fix it, like McKellar, like Melvin, who, you know, we on the Craft Beer Channel, in terms of who we feature and who we won't feature, we have sort of three tiers. We have the people that are great, fine, we don't know of any issues. We have what we call the grey list, which is people who need to do better, and we won't feature them, but we won't sort of boycott them or anything like that. We're just like, stuff needs to be done. And then there's the blacklist of people that, in the current guises, can't be featured on the Craft Beer Channel. We wouldn't drink their beers out of choice. And I mean, there's only like 5 or 10 of those breweries in the world at the moment. I said Founders, anybody owned by Heineken. But no, I can't remember the last bad experience I had in a tap room. Certainly, some pubs you go in and you're like, this isn't for me.
Yeah.
But yeah, not tap rooms. And I think, like you say, we have to be certainly understanding of like servers when it comes to owners and brewers. Maybe less so. Every now and then it's aggressive, isn't it? It's weird. It's like it's sneaking up on behind us. Where are we? I'm sorry if I'm missing anything. Please do keep sending them, or use the super chat. You could use the super chat. You can throw us a little bit of money for running this feed, and you'll get your question answered right away. I see we've had a couple of people join our Patreon tonight, so
amazing,
massive appreciations for that. Thank you for throwing support, and I hope you enjoy the Discord.
If you've joined also and you're in the UK, come and hang out with us at Bigfoot Festival. You get is it a 10% discount?
Well, I think it's more. I think it's 25% discount or 20% discount.
That's great. That's great. Yeah, that's a good shout out. Thank you. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, like and subscribe. That's all I can say, Johnny. We do, you know, all sorts of stuff. We're not just doing homebrews, are we? We're traveling around the world,
not purely,
going to the best sort of beer drinking experiences and places, meeting the best people.
Absolutely, yeah. Please do. So we've got some more questions. Slovenian beer. I'd love to know more about it. Maybe you can email us. Anybody can email us, craftbeerboys@gmail.com. Send us some recommendations of breweries and the styles that are made. We'd love to hear more, particularly if it's like more traditional local styles, that we can't get over here. We'd definitely love to hear about that.
That question earlier was like, where are you going? What have you got planned?
Yeah.
Where would you like to go? I'd like to go to Pohjola.
That would be great. So Estonia. Love to go over and see those guys in Tallinn. That would be amazing. One of my favorite breweries, particularly the bigger stuff like this, what we're making.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah. Yes, sorry, I paused because I've just remembered. I was trying to work out we need to add the maltodextrin as we add the Cascade hops. So with 15 minutes to go on this boil, whenever we decide to call this boil quits, which I think is probably about now, we need to get the maltodextrin in.
Yeah.
So the first thing I need to remember is where I put the maltodextrin. Do you want to answer this question while I just sort myself out?
In your opinion, what brewery gets it right every time? Beer and working atmosphere. Oh, it's got to be Brew Dog, hasn't it, Johnny? Psych!
Gags.
Gets it right every time. I don't think anyone get it right every time. But beer's on point. Working atmosphere. Like, I'm going to go back to Daya again. Like, I mean, I don't know what it's like to work there, but being someone who's been in the tap room and seen the plant, the brewery where they're working, which is all open, you can kind of see into it, and the scale of it, and just how sort of bright and welcoming that space is. They've even got like a sort of organic garden that they're growing stuff outside. I think the staff eat the products of the garden.
Yeah.
So it's all like quite holistic and lovely, and they're just super nice guys.
I think on the scale that they're doing it, nobody in the craft beer sector does it better than them for sure.
No,
worker welfare, the beer, the vibe. They absolutely get it right every time.
Yeah.
I think Hackney and Pressure Drop up in Tottenham in North London absolutely nail that vibe as well. And I think also Track was wonderful. It was a wonderful mix of really geeky, but also just standard, like I'm just here for a pint of Sonoma kind of vibes. Everyone felt welcome. That was really nice to see. So yeah, probably.
Like Track was a place that I've been in recent history that blew my mind. I mean, I knew it was going to be great. Beers are great, but just.
So I just took the gravity of some sanitizer.
Oh, great.
I thought I'd left the beer in there.
That's handy.
I was like, wait, the gravity's dropped way off to 0. No, I'd cleaned it. I should have let it chill a bit more. There we go. Somebody Brewing. Finished my brew earlier. Hit a pre-boil of 1061. But over on my phone, 10. So you had a big old boil off in those 3 hours. Amazing.
Nice.
Absolutely amazing. Good job.
Someone shouted out Colonel. That's a good shout.
Colonel. Yeah, I haven't been to the Colonel tap room in freaking years.
I haven't been in a minute. Probably a year. I think I went last summer.
There you go.
I went to Arch, whatever it's called, the like small
7.
Yeah, that was great. I mean, Moritz, I think, was working in there at the time, so he's a super nice beer dude.
Shall we try a homebrew just before we
go on.
switch over? We've got our Christmas homebrew, so it's now 5 pushing 6 months old. Is this the dark or the light? Oh no, not that one. Not that one. Oh man, these are both underfills, Bradley.
Oh dear.
I'm not sure how good these are going to be. There's only one way to find out. Don't underfill your bottles. Massively increases the chance of oxidation.
Let's give you a bit of a splish splash.
Bit of a splishy splash. Thank you. So if you didn't see our Christmas video, we brewed 2 Hefeweizens in a bid to be the most Christmassy. I went for a Dunkelweiss, trying to rep one of my favorite beers, which is Schneiderweiss Tap 6. Brad went for a Hopfenweiss with orange peel. And we're about to see whether this is oxidized to hell. We are drinking the
cool.
Hopfenweiss.
Nice.
I'd want more carb, but it doesn't seem to have oxidized too badly because it's nice and pale. Oxidation will darken your beer. So if you ever pour a beer that's darker than you thought it should be, it's possibly oxidized.
Nice tight head.
Oh, hello.
Oh.
Okay, that has oxidized a bit. I think you're getting that kind of weird American hop aroma. So we added Mandarina Bavaria to this.
Definitely orangey.
Yeah, loads of orange peel, but that hop aroma's died. You know what? That's still fine, actually.
It's pretty good.
That's all right. It has oxidized, but quite nicely. It's kind of added a caramel vibe to it that wasn't there when it was all unctuous and creamy. I bet at the bottom of this, there's plenty of sediment. because it's pretty hazy now, but I reckon that's going to be more hazy now. Yeah, a little bit hazier. Well, that's a surprise. I thought that's an underfill of a beer that was never, damn hazy. That was never always going to be susceptible because wheat is also a little bit more likely to oxidize, and that's turned out fine.
Yeah, it's tasty.
That's turned out fine. That's all right.
Tasty good.
That's all right.
It's all right. This Grainfather stuff, really, isn't it?
Not as good as the Grand Stout 5 points that it came out of, though. Right, questions. Tap 5 for the win. That's the Hoppy one. It's fucking amazing. Having just done a massive adjunct beer, what common adjuncts do you think should never be put in a beer? Brad, coconut, right?
Yeah, I'm not really a coconut guy. I would say money. Probably don't put money in a beer, or pizza.
Money or pizza, yeah. Don't do what Lervig did. I don't think there should be any rules about what you can and can't add to beer. I think you just have to take a chefy approach and be like, would a chef do this? Do these flavors actually really combine?
I don't think I want meat in my beer either, or cheese.
But you'll take lactose and you'll take fish guts.
Well, yeah,
if you have to,
yeah. True.
Yeah, I think no, you're right.
It's not like the isinglass is like imparting a fishy flavor.
No, it's fining, isn't it? It's making it clear. I think the only thing that I really dislike in beer is chili. I've never had a chili beer I've enjoyed because I think if you want to add smokiness, use smoked malt. If you want to add chili heat, then you're an idiot. Nobody wants to drink hotness. Hot drinks are there to sort the hotness. They're not there to cause the hotness.
Is that's a case of like when I feel like everyone, when those beers were like a thing, everyone was like racing to be the most bitter beer, right? So it was like, everyone was just on the crazy bitter bomb, which a lot of people these days wouldn't even realize that, bitter IPA, Johnny. Look at that super chat.
I've had a super chat. Thank you very much, Michael. Speaking of Copenhagen, when will you two nutters, that's fair, be visiting again? I'll buy you a beer in a place that's definitely not McKellar. Appreciate that.
Nice.
We were invited over for McKellar Beer Week, but sadly couldn't make it. We do intend to come over, hopefully maybe to go see Tuel's new place, which obviously is in Copenhagen, but we'd definitely go to Copenhagen. So soon, I think.
I'd love to go this year if we can.
Because you've never been.
Never been. No, never been to Denmark.
Your kind of city, man. It's art. Yeah. It's art and beer and barbecue.
I'll bring my boat and then we can go around the little islands.
No, I'm not getting in that boat. Hand
luggage.
Would you guys do a gluten-reduced beer? Yes. I mean, really interesting thing to note is that a lot of West Coast IPAs and pale ales now are gluten-reduced because a certain finding that you use to make sure that you get a crystal clear beer makes it gluten-free. So actually, my West Coast IPA that I made, the Russian River one could have been. I didn't use that particular finding. It didn't break down the gluten, but it could have been gluten-free. Gluten-free less than 20 parts per million. So while we probably wouldn't do a video on that or talk about it, anybody can make a gluten-free beer now at this point if 20 parts per million is tolerable to you. And it doesn't affect the beer whatsoever.
Good stuff. How are we doing with our...
Sorry, yes, I got distracted, didn't I? Do you want to weigh out?
Yeah.
Well, actually, you don't need to weigh it out. It's just whatever's left in the packet because they sent us exactly the amount. Yep. Now, also, we've had a super chat just before... Sorry, yes, Valentine. I mean, like we said, drop us an email. craftbeerboys@gmail.com. We'd very happily hear what could be sent, and maybe we can find a way to sneak it into a video. So drop us an email, please do. And thank you very much for the super chat. Right, so technically the recipe calls for, I think it's 450 grams.
Right. So I've got about 20 grams left. 10 grams left. 18
grams.
18. I can't add up.
Yeah. 18 grams you should have in there.
Yeah.
And the malted dextrin, it says here, with 15 minutes of boil remaining, decant some wort into a jug, dissolve, and add back to the boil. Do you think we should do that? Should we follow the recipe? Maybe that's a good idea.
Okay.
This is an experienced brewer telling us to do this.
Yes.
So I'll get my jug. I'll give it a quick rinse.
So Grant is telling us that Copenhagen is just about drivable. The half pint on a trailer. Doesn't need to be on a trailer. It can go on the top of the tiniest car going. Like, you could probably put it on a smart car. Look at that. Nice.
So this is the chiller, which I'll plug in now because I'll decant through this and we can sanitize the pipe with it. That's that in. That's that. Right. Pump away.
Ben is supporting Grant's idea of a road trip to Copenhagen and saying there's definitely a documentary waiting in the wings for that journey. Tend to agree with that. I think that could be pretty fun. We'd love to do some more like long road trip formats. We were talking about maybe going on the North Coast 500 or something, but yeah, with like Johnny having a new baby and just life in general, it's hard to like plan these big events. So we've got to be quite strategic about when we go to places and pack in absolutely as much as we can. But I know myself, I watch lots of people on YouTube having like lots of great road trip adventures. That's something I'm really interested in. So you know, at some point, hopefully we'll get back to doing that sort of stuff. What else have we got? Okay, so Greg Ward has said defo jug it to prevent the lactose sinking and scorching. So that's a good point, actually. Obviously, that heat, the element at the bottom is very hot. So he said definitely do that. This is a very valid point as well, Grant. Avoid the North Coast 500 for beer. There's not a lot there, no. It just looks incredibly beautiful. It looks like the most beautiful place on this particular island that I happen to find myself living on. So it's a dream of mine. Whether that's with the channel or just myself, I'll probably do it at some point. Where are we located? So I'm located in London. Johnny's just north of London. So yeah, we can mobilize to all sorts of different places. Get that bus, Jen. Get that bus. What bus? What bus? Is there a North Coast 500 bus? Surely not. Hit me with some Brad questions, guys. Get some weird questions my way while Johnny is blowing some air into this tube. Right. Yeah. North Coast 500 is great for whiskey. I know this. And obviously the scenery looks epic. Jen, talking about the beer tour bus. This is an idea we've mooted for a while. I'd love to do it. Yeah, logistics wise, it's a nightmare probably. But we were talking about maybe organizing something with our Patreon subscribers. That's maybe quite informal. Maybe we could say we're going to go here at the same time and then hang around, but we wouldn't be sort of liable if anyone got too drunk and fell over. Oh yeah, okay. Martin, where can I get those shorts? I actually bought them in a Peckham car boot sale, so I don't know where you can get these shorts because I've got them, but I'm guessing they're vintage. I don't know.
Do you not even know the brand?
No.
Oh.
No, I don't know the brand.
Somebody cut the label out.
I'm not sure it has a label, but I don't want you looking down my bum crack to see if there is one.
That wasn't what I was going to suggest as the next movie, so don't worry.
Brad, top weird beer snacks that shouldn't work but do. So we ate, I don't know what they were called. I can't remember what the company's called, but we ate these crickets that they had like really great seasoning on them. And I'm a little bit squeamish and a bit weird about my food, but I cope better with it than Johnny, and I actually thought they were quite tasty. There were some that were particularly good, others that were weird. Like there were some that were sort of toffee popcorn flavored crickets. They were horrible, but the ones that were, you know, more kind of like rosemary and thyme and all this sort of like, you know, nice herbal sort of stuff. They were pretty tasty. I think there might have been some chili ones that were good as well. So they were pretty good. What other weird beer snacks have I had that are good? This is kind of out there, but we once had some. We were in the Arctic Circle, just in Arctic. Was it in the Arctic Circle?
Just outside.
Just outside the Arctic Circle in Mosjøen in Norway, and one of the lovely people we were there with produced this little kind of bundle in his hands in a I guess it was a napkin, but it was like a sort of or a scarf or something. And he opened it up, and it was just a, sort of indistinguishable bit of meat, and it turned out it was a smoked deer's heart. That was actually pretty tasty. Again, I was a bit freaked out, but that was a pretty good beer snack. I have been drinking a lot of beer, but that was pretty good.
Take this.
Yes.
So in here, sorry about the delay. In here, I have lots of piping hot water. Wort. Sorry, not wort. So be careful, Bradley.
Yes.
We're going to put the malted extra in.
Nice.
And you're going to stir it.
All right, I can do that. How much are we talking?
Pretty much all of this.
Wow, that's a lot.
Brad's doing a wonderful job of it. Let's. Can we show it to the camera?
Oh, that's risky.
What's the worst that could happen? Other than
hot liquid over your laptop and
hot liquid on my laptop and my lovely yellow rug. My lovely yellow rug.
It's funny stuff, actually. The way it's almost like egg, like foamy eggy stuff on the top where it's not quite in solution yet.
So get that in. Brad? Weird top. Yeah, there was the weird crickets. That was pretty weird.
Yeah. What have you got? Any weird beer snacks that you thought were good? Well,
that were good. I mean, so I think the rest of the world thinks that pork scratchings are weird, and you think that pork scratchings are weird.
I don't know.
Come on, man. Put some goddamn.
Well, I don't want to get too splashy.
Well,
that's all your gear.
I'm fine with my gear getting splashed. This laptop has been through more in a couple of years than you and I will ever go through. I've subjected it to all kinds of nonsense.
What other questions have we got? Let's have a quick look. What about pairing sweets with beer? I'm not sure about that.
Oh, that's dead tricky. That's so tricky because beer, even the sweetest of beers, well, no, Omnipollo accepted. It's very hard to get a beer that won't be made incredibly bitter by being put with sweets. So beer and chocolate you can do, particularly beer and darker chocolate, maybe not white. Well, white chocolate you can do with some Belgian beers like triples, and you can do it with fruit beers, which will cut through it. But yeah, beer and sweets is a tricky one.
Going off topic, Johnny, I've been asked by Filmbusters Ben, go check out his podcast. It's very good. I'm a listener. Best film you've seen in 2022. For me, it's The Northman, the Eggers film that's just come out a little while ago. Just so brutal and Viking and like, yeah, just mad. Like, I mean, it's sort of, not to give anything away too much, but it's just super epic. We're talking weird, homoerotic, naked volcano sword fights.
Wait, what? Okay.
In this new movie that's come out called The Northman, which is bloody fantastic.
So these are the hops going in. So it's 14 grams of Cascade with 15 minutes to go. You switch a Rooney.
Yeah.
And in go the hops. That was an unsatisfying hop edition. Done.
This is a good question. Breakfast stout. What is a breakfast stout? I'm drinking one by Siren, flavored with hazelnuts and cacao. Sounds similar to your beer we're brewing it. Very good, but shouldn't they be flavored with bacon and eggs?
No, it's a breakfast stout is one with a significant portion of oats.
So that's where they're getting the breakfast from.
Usually they add coffee as well. So maybe it has got coffee in as well as hazelnuts and cacao. In which case it is pretty much literally my beer, or a combination of yours and mine.
Are you doing a range of tie-dye t-shirts? Lynn, no, because I don't think anyone likes them apart from me. And also they're quite hard. Well, they're not hard to make, but
So you suggested we should do a pre-order of them, and I think that's right.
Yeah.
We can just order 10 t-shirts and do a pre-order if people want them. They can pay on PayPal. So if you trust our PayPal, we'll make them for you.
Yeah, that's a good shout. They'd have to be a little bit more expensive than the standard t-shirt because, I have to.
There's the labour.
I have to make them in my bath, and I don't want to, kill myself with bleach and colourful powders and stuff.
Should we have a beer from a Patreon?
Yeah. Love it.
Go. Oh, yeah. Stop beeping at me. That was telling me to add the 60-minute board editions.
Nice.
I did that 2 hours ago.
Oh, dear.
So I've just added, we're going to skip an hour of the boil in case you hadn't noticed, but we were always going to do that because you guys have places to be probably. So we're now 15 minutes away from the end of the boil. At which point we will start the transfer. We have a clean fermenter. Oh, I should turn the glycol chiller on, shouldn't I?
Oh, we're getting a few people saying they'd buy a tie-dye.
How many?
2.
It's happening, Bradley.
Brad, what is the most classic graphic design? Don't know. What in general or
go beer?
Beer it has to be Brooklyn Brewery, designed by what's his name, Milton Glazier, who died a couple of years ago. Hence why I made a homage T-shirt to him. One of my first proper craft beers was Brooklyn Lager, and I remember drinking that because I used to work with Jamie Oliver. Well, I've worked for him twice in my life. I worked for him when I was like 21, and then again with Johnny, I don't know, 10 years ago. Yeah, 10 years ago. Yeah. So 21, and then when I was like 29, something like that, let's say. First time around, when I was 21, I can remember at the Christmas party, he exclusively bought Brooklyn Lager. So that was very eye-opening 19, 20 years ago. So why am I even talking about this? Oh, because I was going on about...
It's iconic brewing.
Yeah. So for me, that is like deep-rooted. I'm big into, Budweiser, their branding is incredible.
Yeah, the classic breweries have great branding, a lot of them.
What's the one that...
That's so cool. Miller's pretty cool as well.
Miller High Life. I like Miller High Life because they is that the Champagne of Beer? Is that one?
Champagne of Beer, yeah.
Yeah, they've got really cool graphics. So I love all the old Americana sort of brands. They speak of a time and a place to me, which I'd quite like to sort of be a part of, apart from sort of maybe bigotry and stuff back in the day. But it does look
from all the culture,
apart from all the bad stuff. It did seem like a pretty cool place to live as well. Yeah, so I like all of that. Is it Schultz?
Sorry, the brewing's getting serious now.
Oh yeah, we're getting serious.
But
tie-dye for the win. Oh, CBC tie-dye shirt better than anything ever. Oh, wow,
yeah, it's true.
Nice.
Keep those orders coming in, Bradley.
Well, Johnny, I've never seen you wearing the tie-dye shirt I made for you.
It's got awkward very quickly. It's nothing against your tie-dye skills. It's just against tie-dye per se.
The aesthetic.
I'm more of a Ryan Reynolds, straight colours, good fit trousers, good jacket. That's very much.
Is that what he wears? I suppose he does wear jackets, doesn't he? Yeah. Fair enough. Is that who you model yourself on then?
He's literally, my wife built me a Pinterest board of Ryan Reynolds looks and then helps me basically buy what's on that look.
Oh dear.
I think he dresses well. It's not what it's been forced upon me. It's like, she's like, you want to dress like this guy, don't you? And I go, yes, I want to dress like this guy. And then she goes, well, here's all the things he wears. Yeah.
I don't have anyone telling me what to wear.
Take some of the anxiety out of it, I promise you.
Yeah, I basically wear the same. I've got
your vibe is black tee, then accessorize. And by accessorize, I mean, well, you can see what I mean.
Well, I bought, for instance, yesterday I bought some fluorescent yellow trainers, which are hopefully.
You never wear trainers.
Yeah, I know, because they make my feet hot. But these ones are pretty good. So I think I got a pretty good bargain on eBay. They're Virgil Abloh off-white trainers with Nike Dunks lows, which are pretty. I don't know. I looked online. These trainers I bought yesterday, Johnny. I looked online at what they were worth, and they were like £1,000 you could buy them for.
Wait,
and I got them. I got this guy who listed them on eBay said, "Don't really know too much about these. They're in all right condition." And I sent him an offer of, I think it was £35, and I got these Virgil Abloh off-white. Virgil Abloh's an artist and a designer that unfortunately died of cancer this year. He's very young.
Hence the price.
Well, no, I mean they're just like sort of high fashion, sort of where he's where street meets high fashion. But yeah, he died. He's really young. He was like under 40.
And this guy was selling. So you've just made yourself a cool.
No, I don't know. I don't know because I don't know if they're real.
Ah.
I thought, how does this guy not know that these are? They say off-white on the side of them.
But why would he sell? I
He
mean,
had
he'd
some
ask for
other
more
tra-
if he was trying to con you.
Yeah, you'd think so. So I don't know. I'm very intrigued by them. So I'm waiting to see what they turn out like. But they're also like the color of a tennis ball, which I thought was super cool. So that like greeny yellow
Yeah.
fuzziness. So I'm
As a
quite.
tennis player, I appreciate that.
Yeah, man. I think they're great. I know Reebok do a pair of trainers that look like that as well, which I always thought were good. Never mention Ryan Reynolds again, please, Johnny.
You don't like his films?
I don't mind. Ryan Reynolds is all right. I like Deadpool.
Free Guy is a great film as well.
Nah, it's all right.
It's a great film.
Nah, it's all right.
It's very funny.
It's okay.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah,
Click that one. I
haven't
drank
seen
that
that.
recently. It's a very cool can. I just chucked mine in the
Is it
bin.
in there?
But no,
Okay.
it's a cool can.
Yeah, that sounds great. That sounds right up my street.
See, I think the reason you didn't like Free Guy is because you're not a gamer.
Yeah, well, I didn't not like Free Guy. I could see what it was doing, and I thought it was pretty good. But I just also thought like meh. It didn't make me have any sort of particular emotions while watching it. Whereas The Northman made me want to run around like a berserker, and it was very much a Conan the Barbarian vibe, and just beautifully dark and rich and visceral and gory and all that good stuff. Yeah.
So sorry, we're
Talking of rich and dark, Johnny, how's our beer coming along?
It's getting there. I'm just going to get the pipe sanitized, and we've got another 8 minutes of hop. What's the word where you're getting flavors out of one thing and into another? Extraction. That's what's happening right now.
This is great. I'll never forgive Ryan Reynolds for ruining the Wesley Snipes Blade trilogy with the one line, "I just ate some garlic and then fired." Snipes wept.
I mean, to be fair, somebody must have written that for him. You know, the line wasn't.
He is a cheesemonger, though, isn't he?
He
That's
is.
his personality. He's
Yeah,
a
it is.
cheesy
Very
bugger.
much so.
I like him, but yeah, he did ruin that movie. That's Blade Trinity, isn't it? I believe. Is that the third one? When they expand it a bit too much and there's like a whole gang of them. Or is it the second one? The original Blade film is excellent. I love that. And it's got such an amazing soundtrack. Stephen Dorff is cool as hell in it. It's great. It's a classic. It's an absolute classic. I think they might be maybe bringing Blade back into... Is it Marvel or is it DC? It seems like a DC thing. It's quite dark. But I feel like they're going to probably do something with Blade because that's such a good property. Like, where, you know, people now, they like dark stuff like the Batman. So I could see a Blade relaunch. I think that'd be super awesome. Well, I don't generally like reboots. Blade Trinity with Triple H. That's right. Is Triple H the guy that gets his arm ripped off? I can't remember. No, that isn't Triple H, but I know Triple H is in it. He's the wrestler, isn't he? Yes. Yeah, true. Original, bad CG, second Original bad CG. Not sure about that. Second, Dark Fantasy from Del Toro. Yeah, which is, it's good. And then third, meh. I think that's the Trinity one with Ryan Reynolds. A new Blade is coming from Marvel. I thought it was.
Again,
Blade is Marvel.
We're basically talking about films and have done for the last 15 minutes, and the viewers are still here. They're like, no way, I also love film.
Yeah, there's definitely a crossover in people liking good stuff, right?
It's film, it's bikes,
yeah,
it's cooking,
yeah. It's the good things in life.
It's coffee,
yeah, it's all the good stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice.
Right, so we are about to start our transfer, which means we're going to be moving our beer over from the brew house and into our clean fermenter, which we sanitized heartily. The thing that we haven't really talked about with this recipe is that a lot of the flavor is going to come post today.
Yes.
So we're going to be adding vanilla, cacao nibs.
He's in a car.
Oh my goodness, we have Marcus Baskerville in the green room. He has joined us.
He's driving. I can see he's driving.
Is he still driving?
Yeah.
Let's bring him on and see if he is driving. Marcus, hello.
How are you guys doing? I'm not driving, actually. I'm in the car with my wife and kids. I just got picked up from the airport. Had some delays in Las Vegas, and so just got back this morning.
Vegas, baby. Nice.
How's
everybody doing today?
We're doing wonderfully. We're just about to start the transfer of the beer.
Been a good brew day so far?
It's been a lot of fun, yeah. Oh, it's got a bit dark where the brew house is. But we fell just short of our numbers. We've got 1083, so we're close.
Good. Okay.
Yeah, thanks so much for joining us. As reasons go for being late, getting delayed at Las Vegas is pretty epic. That's cool.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad night. I was definitely ready to come home.
Marcus, are you up or are you down? Are you up or are you down after your trip, man?
Coming down a little bit. It's been.
I mean, in terms of gambling and stuff.
Yeah, no, I don't gamble.
Oh, cool. I'm not a gambler either, but I just thought it was
doing that in my early 20s. But
yeah.
We had the Craft Brewers Conference was this week too, and so I spent the week in Minneapolis and then flew to Vegas for a friend's bachelor's party.
Nice. I'm picturing The Hangover Part 1. Was it? You look pretty alright considering you being at Vegas.
I don't drink too much, so that wasn't the problem. It was more so just being physically tired from all of the travel.
Nice, man. Well, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Sounds like you've had a difficult day of traveling.
That's all right.
So, while we have you, we'd love to hear about. Can you tell us about sort of the inception of Dark Inception and where the recipe came from and the ideas?
Yeah, definitely. So I've always been, I won't say always, but very early on into my craft career, even drinking as a consumer, I got into heavy dark beers, stouts and porters, even going into some of the dark lagers and stuff like that. And so back in 2013, I had the opportunity to listen to Annie Johnson. And Annie Johnson had won Homebrewer of the Year. She was the first woman to win Homebrewer of the Year, the first BIPOC person to win Homebrewer of the Year, and also with an American light lager. But what's important about that is originally, what's important about that is originally it was almost a quick story. And it's situations where that physically looks like me that has reached the epitome of brewing. If she can do it, then obviously I can do it too.
Nice.
That was a robust porter. It was on Shallow Grave by Jamil from Heretic. Switched off some of the malts a little bit, and I want to say I switched the yeast. But that was the first good beer that I had ever made, was a robust porter. And so what this recipe does is bring that back down to the roots of my first good recipe, which is highlighted there, but then something that we're also more known for. You know, over the course of the last few years, we have garnered a name for ourselves in the adjunct styles, big body beers and things like that, and the terrific flavor profiles that we present to some of our finished products. And so to highlight that kind of growth and execution, I thought it was important to go ahead and add the raspberries, the chocolate, and the vanilla to kind of highlight more of what our brewery is now and what it represents.
Awesome.
And so you guys are based in Texas, right?
Yeah, so I'm in San Antonio, Texas.
Which I've actually been to and had a wonderful time on a Texas road trip. But I was wondering why we always ask this of brewers who are in sort of hotter parts of the world making these big imperial stouts. What's the impetus behind that? Because lots of people talk about these dark beers as kind of winter beer, cold weather beers.
So dealing with kind of the like culture that I came from for beer, we don't drink seasonally. Big stouts are year round, big barrel aged stouts are year round, and we produce them year round. I'm actually about to have a stout event where we're about to have, I think, 12 to 15 stouts on tap. And that's going to be in the middle of June, and it's already 100 degrees out here. And we have our like annual stouts in the summer event. And so for me, it's not about brewing per season per se. I mean, there are certain things that we do release during the summer, certain things we release in the wintertime. But one of the things that is always going to maintain on our portfolio are stouts. But then on the other end of it, that's what the consumer wants as well. I mean, we've had times where people have traveled far and wide to come to the brewery and we didn't have stouts on. And those negative reviews like, hey, they're supposed to be known for stouts and they only had one stout on. And it's like, well, I mean, it's August. But so we've kind of had to transition from that and move towards what the people want versus kind of that seasonal aspect of beer.
That's it. I hadn't ever considered when asking that question that some people don't experience seasons like we do in the UK, where, literally the temperature range is from.
I mean, in San Antonio, it's hot from January to December. So, it's not like there's any point. Seriously. So it's not like there's any point of, we get like 6 weeks of winter. So, it's not one of those situations where we have real winters. We get a bit of a fall, but even then it's still 85 degrees outside. So it's like, for us, we could fit stouts in any time of the year.
Sorry, we're just having a bit of a brewing emergency.
About to say, sound like a bit of a mess.
Yeah. Luckily, it's outside the space. This is what happens when we're talking to someone very interesting.
That's what happens when I talk about seasonality in brewing. I literally wrote a book about seasonality in brewing.
Oh, okay. You're gonna have to send me a copy of that. So
you can show off my book, Bradley.
Yeah, I'll do Johnny a little book plug.
While I mop up the mess.
This is Johnny's book that he's produced. Oh, it's a bit overexposed. Sorry. A Year in Beer. And he made this with Camera, which is the sort of campaign for Rio Ale here in the UK. And it's a sort of seasonal book about seasonal drinking. He can tell you much more about it, but it's a full book. Yeah, so that's one of them. Oh, Johnny, how are we getting on? Oh, he's just fixing it. So, yeah, how did it come about that you got involved with the Big Brew Day?
Yeah, so I've been building up a relationship with the Brewers supply group, BSG, and then Royal Malting. So specifically for me, based off of creating some great recipes and stuff like that, I have very much the homebrewer roots. I started off homebrewing. I still support homebrewers all the time. I'm also on the board of directors for the Brewers Association, and we work directly with the AHA and stuff like that. But to do the Big Brew Day this year. And so when they asked me about what to do, I said, we got to do something big. How often do you get to do something big for Big Brew Day, right? So
right, you got to go big or go home. Big Brew Day.
Right.
Well, sorry, we lost you there for a sec, Marcus. But I think, oh, you back?
Good.
Yeah, seems you're back. So I'd love to. So you guys, you said you were famous for your big imperial stouts, and you were the founder of the Black is Beautiful campaign.
Yes, sir.
Tell me a bit about sort of what inspired that and about sort of the concept that you came up with, because it's been taken as a model by sort of Brave Noise and other things that have happened since as well.
Yeah, so dealing with the Black is Beautiful initiative, that was something that was very organic. In 2020, over here in the United States, we were dealing with a lot of turmoil about the mistreatment of Black people within the United States. There was a lot of and a lot of different political things that were going on with who we had currently at that time in the presidency. And so I have reached a point of, what can I do to contribute? What can I do to give back? We're in peak COVID time, so I'm not going to any of the protests, but even then didn't really feel safe going to one. And so for me, what can I do as a Black man in this industry of 9,500 plus breweries, and 99.9% of those are Caucasian? What can I do to give back? But then also, what can I do to give back to my community and provide for other Black people within this country? I have 2 young daughters, a 2-year-old and a 5-year-old, and you want to set a good example, right? You want to be able to show them that you can step up and do things and make a difference within your community. And so originally I was going to do a standalone release, release it in the brewery and donate some money. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with Jester King Brewery up in Austin, Texas. Me and Jeffrey Stuffings has become great friends over the course of the last few years. And we were actually having a conversation about family, Trump, religion, a couple of other things like that. And I had sent him a label, and Jeff was like, I'd understand if you don't want to, but you should turn this into a collaboration. And I said, you know what, Jeff? That's a fantastic idea. Now, I mean, obviously it was something to definitely, it took me a few days to kind of formulate the plan. Again, we're in a predominantly Caucasian industry. So here I am asking all of the industry to produce a beer called Black is Beautiful and then donate that money to organizations, charities, foundations that support equality, inclusion, and diversity. But everybody showed up and formed. Now, I won't say everybody. We have 14, and then there's still 9,500 breweries in the United States. So, there's a decent amount that participated, but there's a whole lot who didn't. But on the positive, we were able to raise close to almost $4 million in support of social justice reform. Obviously, it turned into this huge international campaign where other people have kind of trickled off and used it as a format. It also has garnered positions for other Black people in the industry. It's something that raised the eye to a lot that was going on that wasn't really talked about with the lack of diversity within craft beer. And so now we here are at a moment of where everybody is speaking up and talking about it. And so I feel like, in a sense, I've done my job.
Yeah, amazing. Wow. What a thing to have started and the movement spread, as you say.
Oh, we've done it again. Yeah.
And then kind of as far as the beer goes, we're a big stout brewery, so I had to choose a stout. But what the story is dealing with that whole situation is I found out about 5 years ago, my grandma used to brew during Prohibition here in the United States. So in the early 1920s, she used to brew and distill in her teenage years. And the story goes is that an individual came to her house that was doing construction. He kept asking for some of the hooch. So she grew a little bit irritated and gave him some of the concentrated mash. So this individual ended up getting really drunk, falling off of the roof. So she prayed to the Lord above that police wouldn't come take her to prison. I mean, we're talking about Prohibition, Topeka, Kansas in 1920, and there's a Black girl that's brewing and distilling. I mean, you can think about the possibilities. But the police never came. And she kept her promise to the Lord that she would never brew or distill again. But that was something that, I pretty much found out was in my blood, that and that type of format. So,
Marcus, we might have lost you a little bit there, but we got the story right up to your thoughts coming off the back of it, and everyone in the comments can't believe the story. It's just amazing. You had no clue that this was sort of in your family history until.
Not at all. And I have a cousin that brewed before me professionally, and we didn't find that out until about maybe 5-6 years ago. Not until I opened the brewery is about when we found out.
Yeah. Absolutely amazing. I was just digging in my fridge because I know that somewhere in there, and I can't currently find it, we have a Black is Beautiful from Unity Brewing in Southampton in the UK, which I'll say from the original campaign. But we keep, so the reason we keep running off is because we have a bucket filling with hot water as we chill the beer, and it keeps overflowing. So it's your classic homebrew issues.
Yep, right.
It looks like we're back in the game. There we go. Right, Marcus, we're going to let you carry on with your travel. Thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate you still managing it despite the delays with the flight.
Yeah, no problem. I'm sorry about the delays, but I'm glad I got to speak to you guys. I appreciate you brewing the recipe today and obviously supporting Black is Beautiful. And I hope you guys come out with an amazing beer.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, man. It's been wonderful to meet you. I hope we meet in person one day.
Yeah, definitely. I still need to make it to the UK, so it'll happen soon.
If you ever do, let us know. Yeah, we've got your email now.
All right. Cheers.
Alrighty. All the best, Marcus. Thank you. Cheers. There we go. So, what an incredible story that he didn't even know that his grandma was brewing and distilling during Prohibition.
There you go.
Sorry if you missed any of that due to the signal. Obviously, in the car, it was a little bit tricky. And then you had me and Brad running around as our bucket kept on filling.
I've soaked my shoes, Johnny.
I soaked my socks as well. That didn't go so well. But the beer is transferring. Everything went to plan. We hit 1083, which is really not bad considering we did a 2-hour boil, and we were mostly focused on a live stream, if I'm honest, over the brewing. So we've done pretty well there to almost hit exactly the efficiency that we were looking for. So yeah, we're going to finish transferring. We're going to pitch that yeast, which means that we're almost at the end of the show. So if you've got any questions that you'd like to throw our way, please do send them to us now. We really appreciate you sticking for the whole of this, sticking to the end. It's been an emotional 5. It's flown by.
It has flown by.
I can't believe how quick that has been. So massive thank yous to Grainfather for organising this, for the equipment and the support they show the channel, and for the equipment and the support that they show you. Thank you to Lallement as well for being part of this. Oh, we're dry.
Nice.
Finish the transfer. I'll show you that. That is a dark-looking barrel.
It is empty.
I promise
It
you
is
it's
empty. We're dealing with a setting sun here. So yes, apologies.
Here is a dark vessel. So that's entirely done. Yeah. So thank you to Grainfather. Thank you so much to Lallement for supporting this and for letting us host it and for all the support they've shown us. I hope you enjoyed the interviews that we had. So big shout out to Malt Miller, to the amazing Marcus, and to Sam from Grainfather as well. So if you've got any question, hit us up. We've got about 20 minutes of questions as I just pitch the yeast and all that kind of nonsense. What's happened here? I think that's run out of battery. Good. Just one last little thing. Got a question here from one homebrew to another. Any sneak peeks as to where you're traveling with your Imperial Stouts on Monday? West Coast Fest is the hint I will give you.
It's a pretty good hint. It's a pretty big hint.
Andy, thank you very much, man. Thank you for watching. Glad
Thanks,
you
Andy.
enjoyed it. I don't know if you were brewing at the time, but I hope if you were, whatever the recipe was, I hope you learned some things and had a good brew day and hit your numbers too. Any tunes you'd recommend while listening to brewing? When listening to brewing, when brewing? Oh, it's a good question. I tend to listen to heavier heavier things.
Heavier things, yeah, okay.
Manchester Orchestra, I love to listen to. Every Time I Die, I love to listen to. Stuff that really gets you going, gets you pumping.
I've recently discovered an artist called Damu the Fudge Monk, who makes instrumental hip hop out of loads of samples and stuff. So as I've been, I haven't been homebrewing of late, but I've been driving around listening to Damu the Fudge Monk, and going, oh, I know that sample. That's from this other track. So that's pretty cool. I like that sort of stuff. I've got quite an eclectic taste in music, and I've just sort of thought, oh, this is actually pretty good. So that's not the sort of thing I'd normally listen to, but I'm very much enjoying that right now.
There we go. Planning any summer brew ideas? Yes. We've got a double IPA coming. Well, that's not quite summery. We've got our lager brew, which video-wise will probably be July time, I reckon. So we'll be releasing a Pilsner for the height of summer, Czech Pilsner. Usually, well, I say usually, the exact opposite. I have never brewed an elderflower beer, but every year, I think it's coming up to May. I'm gonna brew a beer and then toss some elderflower into it. And elderflower season is here, and I've missed the boat.
I was talking to someone last night about putting elderflower in beer, and they were saying it does weird, horrible things.
It can do.
Yeah,
it can do, but it doesn't have to.
Okay.
So Yonder Brewing do it every year, and actually they did a collab with Daya last year and did New England IPA with elderflower that was it was ever so slightly too bitter, which jarred with the elderflower, but the elderflower aroma was just incredible. Yeah, you just have to work out whether you want it clean or whether you want it a wild ale, and then respond accordingly. So you either toss it in so it gets infected, or you make kind of a distillation of like a syrup, and then toss the syrup in when you know it's clean.
Elderflower cordial.
Exactly
vibes.
that.
Yeah,
that kind of thing. So I missed that. Any thoughts on sharing homebrew? It's such a grey area and slightly confusing. You mean sharing it with friends? Or what? I mean, do it. Most pubs would be fine with you taking a bottle of your homebrew, just ask some glasses, just go, I've got some homebrew, I want to share it with my friends.
I think that's all right, as long as you're not sort of rocking up with and just exclusively drinking that.
Yeah, you buy a pint and you say, hey, I've brewed a homebrew, you can have some glasses, share.
And go, would you like to have some barman?
Offer it to the person behind the bar as well, for sure.
I think that's cool.
Definitely. I mean, I think I think like Rob said, there's a slight there's a reputation that homebrew has, and perhaps a reputation that people think that people are going to come and drink their homebrew instead of drinking what's behind the bar. But that's nonsense. It's a hobby. If you made crisps, you'd take it into a bar and go, hey, try the crisps I made.
Try my crisps.
You'd be an awesome friend if you made crisps at home. Might start doing that. Where are we? Mayhaps some sugar. No, I don't usually Generally, I need something a bit more groovy, like Every Time I Die. Sadly, Every Time I Die broke up just after they released the last album, which is a bit weird. They had a fallout, but they make amazing fucking music. Do a tasting of homebrew for your subscribers. Of our subscribers' homebrews, we have considered that and considered running a homebrew competition, all this kind of stuff, but haven't got that organized yet. I think that's something we'd like to do, definitely.
Amazon Prime sort of pripped us to the post with that as well, maybe.
Amazon Prime?
Yeah, they've got the homebrew.
Oh, the homebrew show. Yeah, but we could do it better than them.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we wouldn't do a reality show where everybody brews stuff. We'd just be like, hey, we'll taste your homebrew. But homebrew school, we'll be like, these are the faults, and these are
homeschool,
the ones that are better than us.
Homeschooling.
Homeschooled. No Motorhead in the Brewdio. Maybe there should have been. Motorhead would probably be pretty good.
We should have had Motorhead when we were doing the last one, the pastry with the Motorhead coffee.
Maybe we should. Right. So we finished transferring. Do you want to add the yeast, Brad?
Oh, go on.
Do you want to be the one to do it, and then we will end this stream on an epic note?
Is that an epic note, Johnny?
What, adding yeast?
Adding yeast.
Yeah. Is it, or is it not?
I don't know. I feel like it's anticlimactic.
Or just.
Yeah.
There's two of them.
Yeah. Maybe it's pretty good. It's good. And if you've been watching this for 4.5 hours, and then we just
you probably want more, wouldn't
pour
you?
some like little bit of stuff out, dry stuff out of the packet. Is it dry or wet?
As every time I would say, you want more, you get more nothing.
Nice.
Right, are you ready? Are you ready to add this? Can we move this further?
Am I?
I don't know. I asked you.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah,
Definitely.
you ready?
I wish my socks weren't soaked because I've got to go home.
I can lend you some socks, mate.
Oh, I might have to borrow some.
Right. Let's open this up. I'll tell you what. I'll move the camera so that people can see this.
Nice.
Do you want to check on that super chat
Oh.
while I do?
Hang on a minute. We've got a super chat. Yep. Your bloody mouse isn't working. Oh, it's back. It's back. Stephen Gadsby, thank you so much. Been here all the time. Enjoyed every minute of it. See you again in Discord. See you there, Stephen. Thank you. Josh Miller. Oh, always a super duper dude. Cheers, Brad and Johnny. Keep up the good vibes. That's what we try and bring at all times. Thank you, Josh. It's been great. We've had a great time this evening. Oof.
I need to get this focus right. How's that look?
Yeah, this is kind of in focus, maybe. It's out of footage. No, that's out. That's in-ish. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Okay.
Stop.
Right.
Oh, such technical stuff.
This is a lot to do when there's just two of us. Really, there should be more people involved. Oh, the wind's coming up. Right, Bradley,
Yes.
get your hand sanitized and then don't touch anything.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Put that in and sanitize the scissors.
Yes.
People see this, right? So
Mhm.
I'm going to lift this up. You're going to cut off the top and tip it in.
Okay.
Oh, I might need to take these bits off. Okay, you ready?
I'm ready.
Woo!
Oh, look at that. Oh, that is a climax, Johnny.
That is just as climactic as I thought it would be.
Oh, should we do the
No,
other one?
do
No?
the yeast. We've got to do the yeast. Do it.
Do it.
Do it.
Oh, look at that. Whoa, blooming hell. How many people have we lost during this?
So many. Oh no, we're doing okay. Oh, you're doing a Salt Bay vibe.
Yeah, Salt Bay vibes now.
Scattering.
And I need to slap it like that. There we go. Boom.
There we go. It's all in. Right, you deal with the super chat, so just seal us up.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Mr. Rugalot, you are a superhero. I'm really not into home brewing, and I really enjoyed this. You can be proud of your content and the community you built. Man, thank you so much for the super chat. That is super nice. And we are very proud of the community we built. We're proud of everyone out there. And, we're so lucky to, I feel amazed every time we do a live stream and everyone's so lovely to us. Thank you. Valentin, had much fun. Keep it up, guys. Send you the email. Hit me up. So Valentin has sent us an email, Johnny.
Alrighty.
So we got to hit him up or her up. I'm not sure. But thank you for the super chat.
There you go. The climax. Doesn't get more climactic.
The climax. Brad's feeding the fish. Yeah.
It's very much that vibe, isn't it?
Yeah. Great stuff. It was quite fish foody, to be fair.
Right, guys. So the beer is pitched. We will be following this up. If you want to follow us on social and you can follow how this beer turns out, you can follow us on @Beer Channel at Twitter, @Craft Beer Channel on Instagram, and Craft Beer Channel on Facebook. Also in the community tab on our YouTube channel, which we update when I remember that it exists. Otherwise, we'll see you on Wednesday where we're brewing a pastry stout. So basically the same again, but with lots and lots of adjuncts, which will be going into this. So there'll be vanilla,
cherry?
No, raspberry.
Raspberry, sorry.
And cacao nibs going in. The same cacao nibs that went into our pastry stout.
Nice.
So that'll all be going in and we'll be looking forward to trying it. Maybe we'll do a video. We'll certainly try on the Friday 5 p.m. podcast. So yeah, the final shout out is just to say that if you enjoy what we do, please like and subscribe. And absolutely, please join our Patreon if you want to speak to other like-minded beer geeks. You'll have a wonderful time chatting to them within our Discord. It starts at $200 a month. $200 a month.
It starts at $200 a month,
$2 a month it starts out.
Yeah.
You can join. Oh my god. And yeah, we'll hopefully see you there for some chats. Maybe even tonight. We'll see how the cleanup goes. So yeah, love and beer to everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much to Grainfather and to Lollerman for having us, and to Marcus and to Rob and to Sam for joining us, and particularly Marcus for the recipe. So love and beer, guys. We will see you on Wednesday for our next upload, next Friday for the podcast. And if you want to put $200 into the Patreon, that'd be fine, wouldn't it?
I'm cool with that.
It'd be totally fine. Yeah, just do
Cheers.
that.
Cheers.
Love and beer, guys.